Bonsoir. Good evening, everyone. Donc, welcome to this meeting of council, which is a special meeting this evening. Donc, c'est une réunion tout à fait spéciale.
This is a very special meeting this evening. It is the last meeting for our mandate.
Donc, bienvenue. And I
Welcome.
Merci. I will now call the meeting to order.
Yes, Your Worship, all public meetings of Moncton City Council are simultaneously translated. Hearing assistant devices are available at the entrance of the council chambers. Members of the public have the right to address City Council in the official language of their choice. Meetings are broadcast live in both official languages on the city's YouTube channel, accessible via moncton.ca, and will also be aired at 9 p.m. this evening on rogerstv.com. Individuals who have registered with the city clerk's office at least 7 days prior to the meeting's agenda deadline will be allocated 5 minutes to deliver their presentations. All other public presentations will be allotted 2 minutes. A 1-minute warning will be provided to indicate the time remaining. An important reminder, all presenters, city staff, and council members are expected to conduct themselves respectfully at all times. Disparaging remarks, offensive language, or profane expressions directed towards council, staff, or members of the public will not be permitted. Any breach of this code of conduct may result in the presenter being directed to leave the council chambers at the discretion of the chair. Toutes les séances publiques du Conseil municipal.
All public meetings of the Moncton City Council are simultaneously translated, and receivers are located at the entrance of the City Council chambers. Members of the public have the right to address council in the official language of their choice. Meetings are also simulcast in both languages on the City of Moncton's YouTube channel and can be found on our website, moncton.ca. They will also be broadcast at 9 p.m. at rogers.ca. If you have registered with the city clerk office prior to the agenda being published 7 days before the meeting, you will be given 5 minutes for your presentation. Other presentations will be given 2 minutes. You will be given a 1-minute reminder, when that is the time left. Important reminder, no presenter shall speak disrespectfully of council, staff, or a member of the general public. The use of offensive or profane language shall not be tolerated. Any breach of this guideline may result in the presenter being asked to leave the council chambers at the discretion of the chair.
Madame la greffière, est-ce que je peux avoir quelqu'un qui propose?
Thank you, City Clerk. Can I have someone to move and second the adoption of the agenda?
For crime reduction, Andrea Ann, Robin LeBlanc, Renee Charon, and Al Pendergast. That will be heard after public presentations. Also, council will note that on their desks, there are 2 private session updates. One from April 13th, it was our error. We omitted to put one of the recommendations, so it would be recommendation number 2. And the private session of February 10th, 2025, that needs to be ratified with this council.
Donc, avec ces changements,
So with those changes, can I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda? Councillor Kingston, Councillor Richard.
j'en vois pas. Donc,
Seeing none, on va
motion carried.
Next would be adoption of the minutes. Des adoptions des procès-verbaux. This is for the meetings of March 16th, 2026 and April 7th, 2026.
Could I have a mover and a seconder for that as well? Conseiller Butler and Conseiller Desjardins. C'est beau. Merci. Are there any questions? If not, we will proceed to the vote, which is a verbal, wait, show of hands. C'est beau. Merci. Thank you. Motion carried.
Consent agenda, les questions soumises à l'approbation du conseil, and this evening there is one before council. Canada Celebrates FIFA World Cup 2026. And the motion before council is that Moncton City Council approve the temporary event street closure for Canada Celebrates FIFA World Cup 2026 request as outlined in the background section of the council report form to allow the event to proceed.
Merci. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Conseiller Kingston ou Conseiller Léger, vous avez une question? Allez-y, Conseiller Léger.
You have a question? Go ahead, Councillor Leger.
So we will be closing Main Street, or authorizing Main Street to close from Weldon to Bonaccord, and then we'll be closing Canada Street, which is borders or goes around the Avenir Center. So just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Merci. Any other questions? If not, we'll go to the vote, which is electronic.
We can close the vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Please note that Conseillère Leblanc is not present. Also, thank you for the reminder, Deputy Mayor. It's conflict of interest et déclaration des conflits d'intérêts. Il n'y a-t-il des conflits d'intérêts?
I don't see any. No.
Perfect. So now we're going into public and administration presentations, exposé du public et de l'administration. First up are public presentations. These are 5-minute public presentations. The first is une présentation des prix de reconnaissance pour les jeunes.
It's a presentation for a Youth Recognition Award, the Order of Moncton Junior, presented by Martin Leblanc.
Puis le petit bouton, juste, oui, voilà.
Good evening, everyone. Bonsoir tout le monde. Je m'appelle Martin Leblanc. Je suis
I'm Martin Leblanc. I am an assistant in the assistant to
Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, Liberal MP for Moncton Dieppe. I'd like to present to you this evening our Moncton Dieppe Youth Council members, a couple of our members, Rafif Al-Ghazali and Hilary Peralta, who will present an initiative that they think would be important for the youth of this community and the community as a whole. Alors, sans plus tarder, je vous présente Rafif Al-Ghazali et Hilary Peralta.
Bonsoir.
Good evening.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rafif Al-Ghazali, and I'm here on behalf of the Moncton Dieppe Youth Council. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. We are here to present a proposal for a Youth Recognition Awards program designed to celebrate and encourage young people in our community who are making a positive impact.
My name is Hilary Peralta, and alongside Rafif, I will be talking to you about this recognition awards. I really hope that after this presentation, members and individuals in the room want to see this progress in the city of Moncton. The idea is inspired by the Order of Moncton, which recognizes individuals that have had outstanding community involvement. The idea is similar. These are for youth aged between 13 and 18. We're going to recognize outstanding community involvement in different sectors, not only limited to volunteerism, but anything that creates a positive impact in our community. We're going to have 3 winners that are not going to be ranked. There's going to be anonymous nominations. We understand that with anonymous nominations, people can often nominate themselves. But to make the process transparent, we're going to require proof of involvement. So we have clear and transparent decision making. To manage the flow of nominations, we are going to have clear deadlines, so we only receive nominations only during that period. The purpose is established earlier to recognize community involvement, to encourage and increase volunteerism in the community. There are many actors in our community that carry our community and support different organizations and groups in the community, and they are not recognized. And even if they do not act to be recognized or to receive any kind of reward, I believe, or we believe as part of the council, that giving them an award or any part, any kind of recognition could reinforce those values in our community, values of solidarity and cooperation.
Why should the City of Moncton support this? We believe the City of Moncton should support this program for several reasons. First, it helps highlight positive role models among youth. Second, it strengthens our community by celebrating those who give back. Third, it encourages long-term civic responsibility. Youth who feel valued are more likely to stay engaged as adults. And importantly, this program is low-cost and easy to implement, especially if integrated into existing city or community recognition efforts. This is a small initiative with a meaningful and lasting impact. How to reach out target. To make this program successful, outreach will be key. We would focus on schools, community organizations, and youth groups, social media as well to reach out a wider audience. Also, by working with partners already connected to youth, we can ensure this program is visible, accessible, and inclusive.
The actions we take today with our youth design the societies we have tomorrow. So we really encourage the City of Moncton to include this project. And we really hope you enjoyed it and want to see it happening. Thank you so much. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. La prochaine.
Thank you very much.
Youth, Families, and Inclusive Partnership in Moncton, and Teo Adimi is here. Oh.
Bonsoir.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's a great privilege to be here, standing here on behalf of the Mandate Development Center. My name is Tayo Adeyemi. The Mandate Development Center, it's a sustainable social enterprise that was officially inaugurated in the city of Moncton on July 18, 2025, with Martin Kistin in attendance. Thank you. And before that official inauguration, we've been on ground since 2023, building our system, researching, understanding the real gaps, the real problems that we believe that we are providing solutions for. And that took us 3 years before we should be able to build that resources. And in July 2025, we officially inaugurated our center at 188 Mountain Road. And since then, we've been very, very busy in the community through different initiatives. And talking about our values, our programs and initiatives, which is actually the essential reason why we have to be here today, to officially introduce TMDC to the council. I know that a couple of our events, I've had access to a couple of our councillors in attendance to some of our events, but we feel at this time, at this level of our development, that it is key to officially introduce our system to the community and officially to the city of Moncton. And we have a couple of programs which that's been in our community. We have the LPM project, we have the Homeless to Home, Project 1000. We have the Treasure of Hope, our Clothy Bank project. We have also the Future Canada project, which is actually an entrepreneurial programs that is currently addressing level of training, developmental training for our youth in the community. An inclusive system, which actually what the entire TMDC represents. And this year, we have the opportunity to introduce a new program due to updated data. The gaps we have in the creative industry, we developed what we call Mountain Creates, a community of creatives. And in the rollout of this program in January this year, We had the capacity with the support of the government of Canada and the African Center in Alberta to train 50 people in the creative sector. And when we rolled out this program, we had almost 100 people that actually reached out. And that program was successful. We had the showcase, which we had a couple of our councillors there in attendance. These and many are the ongoing developments that TMDC is standing for to complement and consolidate on the ongoing efforts to ensure that our community becomes a place for everyone. And someone will ask, why are we doing this? When I came into the community as an immigrant in 2022, the very first material that I have access to is the strategic plan of the city of Moncton. It says a city that inspires. And I can tell you, I have been here in 4 years. I have seen a home. I have seen where I know I have to make impact. I have to build collectively with everyone in our community. And that is what TMDC is representing, a collection of young minds, of innovators that form the entire system of TMDC. I am honored to represent those gentlemen and ladies that we call the power team that's actually driving the entire system by volunteering. And I want to say thank you for this opportunity, and we will always be here to keep the council informed on all our programs and developments. Thank you very much.
Merci.
The next, oh, let's see. Bouchard. Non, après la prochaine présentation.
After the next presentation, you can take the floor.
I would just like to add that the questions will be asked after all the presenters. Donc, c'est beau. Merci. Bonsoir, Monsieur Ouellet.
Good evening, Mr. Ouellet. Good evening, Your Worship, Madame Thériault, Acting Mayor Thériault, councillors.
Paul Ouellet. I am an advocate in the province for the mentally ill, the addiction, and the homeless. I was an advocate since the age of 21 until my retirement for 5 of my siblings, one of them homeless. And when I retired from the federal government, I decided to engage myself voluntarily on a full-time basis in the province for all those suffering from mental illness, addiction, and homelessness. If I am here today, it is not for me. It is for each and every person in the province suffering from mental illness, addiction, and homelessness, whom I feel called to serve. And what I would like to ask of the city of Moncton, I have already approached the city of Dieppe. We had a fantastic meeting, and I will soon, within the next week, I believe, be meeting with the mayor of Riverview. And I would like to see that a monument would be erected perhaps in Moncton or in Riverview or in Dieppe. It would be not my decision, only my request, and it could be decided amongst those mayors to erect a monument where those who are homeless, who die in Moncton, that a monument would be erected where their names would be placed on the monument, their date of birth, if we have access to it, and the date of death. It's very sad because families from outside of Moncton, for those that I journey with, often come to Moncton to see if one of their loved ones could be here that they might have heard had passed, and they would like to know where that person is laid to rest. and they have no recourse to pursue it further. But if we had, whether it was a monument that would include Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe, or one separate for each town, the important to me would be to have a monument where someone could come forth trying to find if and when one of their loved ones have passed. And that is my reason to be here in front of each one of you that can and are able to make a difference for those that I call my people. Each and every person in the province suffering from mental illness, addiction, and homelessness. Thank you for having accepted to make a presentation. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Ouellet. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions de la part des membres du conseil?
Are there any questions from council? Thank you, Your Worship. Thériault.
TMDC. Teo, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
Great presentation, Teo. Always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you.
So I just wondering if you could maybe expand a little bit on a few things. So when you went into programs and initiatives, you had under social impact initiatives. I saw the Helping Hand Project, Homeless to Home Project. Could you elaborate on those maybe a little bit?
Thank you. The LP Ham project was developed and it's been very, very impactful in the community. This is the program that we developed to provide essential solutions to the people living on the streets. We realized that these people, they have two things, access to two things. They have provision for bed, some of them, and meal. And after that, they are on the streets, begging for essentials, money, and all of those. So what we do on a weekly basis, every weekend on Saturdays, we go to the streets and distribute these essentials to them. And we've been able to have support from our stores, from Sobeys and the rest of Walmart that's been supporting to provide these resources to us. And we distribute to the end users, those that actually need it through the LPM project. And of course, the Homeless to Home Project 1000 was developed through the Bridge Center. In the future, we're going to be sending these materials to the chamber. We developed the Bridge Center as a dedicated, coordinated pathway for recovery for the people living on the streets. And this is still a follow-up to the fact that these people, after they had their meal, after they had their bed, through this period, they are idle. And we look at this gap and we develop the Bridge Center, which is going to be a social innovation hub for everyone, our neighbors that are underrepresented, that are living on the street, that they could have a social life, they could come to this space and have a social conversations, they could have different programs that we believe that are intentional to providing, to consolidating on the ongoing effort in resolving the homelessness issue. And we believe that this Bridge Center, through a 5 years execution, we said by 2030, that will have helped 1,000 people off the street. And that is what actually led to the Homeless to Home Project 1000, which is going to be a campaign through the Bridge Center. And last year, October 11, during the World Homeless Day, for the first time in the city of Moncton, we launched a campaign we called the Kindness is Power, Kindness is Power, which we're privileged to have about 200 students from the Riverview High School that used this as a campaign throughout the November, December, towards a program we called the Winter Care at Edith Cavell. And I think we had Monique Limblak in attendance at that event at Edith Cavell in December, which is actually the second edition annual event to support the people, our neighbors. And this is the Homeless to Home Project 1000 and the Bridge Center, and also the LP Hand project. These three, we call them the three triangles that we have developed to consolidate and complement the ongoing efforts in mitigating the issues of homelessness in our province.
You guys are doing a lot. So what kind of funding, like, are you, I'm not sure, I haven't seen this. Are you receiving any funding grants from the city? Are we supporting this in any way?
We had our submissions during the grant windows in August last year, but we didn't get any feedback. We were still hoping maybe, but we believe we did our submissions, but we didn't have any feedback. But so far, we've had connections to the Social Inclusion Committee, and which they've been consistently supporting our programs. And we've had also access to the Government of Canada through the Africa Center, supporting the Black Canadian Community Initiatives, SBVCCI, which will have very, very huge support also towards the programming of Mountain Creates. Mountain Creates, when we finished the development, we reached out and we got a very good support from the Africa Center to launch the project into the community. And so far, we have trained 50 in the cohort 1, and June 6th, we are launching the cohort 2, which we also continue to build this pathway for creatives, newcomers, immigrants, and everyone that need access to these tools through the TMDC.
Okay, so I'm glad you mentioned the Social Inclusion Committee that myself and Councillor Bourgeois sit on. So I was aware of those.
Thank
but
you.
I guess I was wondering if there was any other funding that was.
So far from the city, that's all the assets we've had.
So I'm not sure who if there's any assistance that we can provide, maybe if there was nothing at all or no feedback.
Thank you for the question. I'm looking at our CFO and I'm sure that he's taking notes, so we'll be following up.
Okay, no, that's good.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Also, I mean, I know you didn't go through the whole slide deck that was provided to council, so I had made extra notes. So I had attended the Moncton Creates, the showcase at the Hub on Joyce, which was well attended and
Thank you.
Really great.
Thank you.
If I continue through your slide deck, the alignment with City of Moncton priorities, and you mentioned the strategic plan.
Yes.
So you found areas where maybe we could partner.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at the strategic plan, we have sustainability, we have inclusivity and culture and the rest of them. We carefully looked at this to ensure that we are not duplicating any existing systems. We ensure that all our developments are what actually the city are looking at. And talking about culture, recently, by the end of our Q1 at TMDC, we started development of a digital documentary for the heritage conservation of the city of Moncton, which I think we have over almost 802 documented, registered heritage homes. And when we researched, we realized just few photographs of this very, very magnificent history. And we think it is key that we have a detailed documentary of these historical places, locations. And right now, we started that development, and very soon we'll finish the entire plan, and we're going to communicate it to the city to see if we can have the backing to go ahead and execute this plan. This is one of the things we're looking at, the culture, talking about the culture as part of the strategic plan. And generally about sustainability, we have ensured that the Mandate Development Center, it's an intentional community sustainable plan that doesn't rely on anyone. It doesn't have anything to do with hire, it doesn't have anything to do with anyone. It's an inclusive system. That's why when you look at our board, we have diverse people, that we have ensured that we have that inclusivity in our system. So all our developments are connected to the priorities of the city of Moncton, because we believe over maybe on a long term, we look at the TMDC and the city of Moncton driving our entire system. This is what we are actually looking at in the future. Thank you.
Appreciate that. And under council engagement, and I know that you mentioned a few dates there, if there are any events coming up that you want to invite council to, as I had attended the...
Yes, we just roll out our calendar for the next 3 months. From June 6th to August 8th, we're having our cohorts. In fact, 3 weeks ago, we had levels of inquiries to developing a particular program for the youth and the children under the Mountain Creates. And through that, we developed what we call CELP, Community Entrepreneurship and Leadership Program, cohort 1, to cater for the age group of 12 and 18 in their job readiness program. And we look at existing system already doing something like this, which is BGC Moncton. And we reached out to them and we look at how we can develop that plan. We have a lot of traffic requesting for this particular training in this season. The youth, they are home right now. Let's engage them. So fortunately, we had BGC Moncton working on the CELP Cohort 1 with us, which will be running for 10 weeks from June 6th to August 8th. And at the end of it, in August 8th, we're going to be having a showcase, which we're going to be inviting our representatives from C to join us at this showcase to see what these people has been able to do in this period. So right now we are running these 2 programs. On September 12th at Victoria Park, we're going to be hosting the 3rd edition of maybe one of the largest community outreach event in the city, right at the Victoria Park. This is the 3rd edition, September 12th, already approved from the city as well. We call it the LPM Project Community Barbecue and Fun Fair. Last attendance, we had Honorable Petipas in attendance and many others of our friends in the community. And this year, we are working with even more community organizations that are already working with us to make sure that we have a successful outreach. And in October, we are having the Greater Moncton Art and Style Expo. The very first, all of these programs events are coming to the city for approval. This is a project that we also believe it's actually a City of Moncton project. Greater Moncton Art and Style Expo. In our research, we couldn't find any trace of anything that has happened in that regard in the city. And we launched it. Right now, we're working with Magma and Salim of Magma and a couple of other people in the community to help us to. We are very, very intentional about collaborations. We can't stand on ourselves. We don't even know anything. We are relying on people already existing. We are relying on people that we know they can show us the way to do. And we are relying on all these people and organizations to help us execute all these plans. So these are the things we have ahead in the year. And we're ending the year in December with the winter care at Edith Cavell. This is TMDC. Thank you.
Thank you, Theo. You bring great energy. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Thank you.
Merci, Conseiller Jean.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
And so if you want to come up, you're welcome to. I think it's a great initiative. I just have a couple little questions. So first, thanks for coming before City Council. I know it can be rather intimidating, but you did an excellent job. It really, and it's a lot of initiative, and I really appreciate it. And is your thought that it would be a separate award for Moncton and the youth who are in Moncton, and then the similar in Dieppe and similar in Riverview, or were you thinking that it would be a tri-community award?
We are looking at it as a tri-community award, like similar to the Order of Moncton, encompassing Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe.
Okay. And what has I suspect the reception that you're getting is very positive. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you'd probably like to see this begin in 2026 in the fall, if we could.
It would be great, yes.
All right. Okay. Well, look, I think it's really a good idea. I think it's a really nice initiative. We probably need to reflect as well on a second initiative, which might be young people who are 19 to 25. And so then we would really, I think, have a broader, 2 separate categories, though, not to take away from these 3 award winners, but I think it would also be a continuation and really would encourage that community involvement and so on. So I thank you for bringing it forward, and I think it's really good. And so I applaud you, and you probably have a great future before you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We look forward to involving in future conversations.
Okay. And Ma deuxième question serait peut-être à Monsieur Ouellet.
My second question would be for Mr. Willett, please.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Willett. In fact, I think that what you're bringing up is a fantastic initiative for people who suffer from several things like addictions, people who are currently unhoused or who have challenges with regard to mental health. So, yes, you spoke of erecting a monument, but I wonder if right now there would be a place where there's a registry for all of these people who have left us. Right now, the responsibility is in the hands of the Department of Social Development. It is that department who would pay the costs for funerals. So yeah, there's no official service otherwise. So these people are either simply embalmed or incinerated, and then they are buried, and that's it. There's no official funeral. And once they are buried, and I think I've mentioned it, sometimes it's a few years later where we hear about somebody, a member of the family asking around, asking perhaps my brother is still alive or not, or and they hear that perhaps the person would have lost their lives in Moncton, perhaps that their family member said, "Well, I'm moving to Moncton," and all that to say that sometimes a few years later, the surviving family member tries to find their loved one, and I think that if we had this type of monument, I think that it could bring a lot of peace and comfort to surviving family members and loved ones in general. And this would show that these people are treated with respect and dignity. I'm sure you know that people with mental health issues or addictions or people who are unhoused, they have absolutely no way of defending themselves. And that is something that really hurts for me. So if I can show that these people have value, they matter, we should respect them and we should show them a little bit of a dignity. They're entitled to be loved. And I think that this is something that could bring a lot to communities and to those who are looking for peace in all of this. I'll just switch to English now.
Is an interesting one and one worth reflecting on. I guess importantly, and you answered the question in terms of what exists today with respect to a registry of people who are deceased on our streets, either have experienced mental health, homelessness, or addictions, and that's limited to what the province of New Brunswick registers. So I think there certainly needs to be a mechanism.
Right.
I think whether it's engraving a name on a monument, it's making sure that the information is accessible to people who are looking for their loved ones.
I agree.
In fact, I think there's still a list that exists behind Ensemble, which is a harm reduction safe injection site.
Right.
And they've been actually placing names of their friends who have died on our streets.
Yeah.
And so I applaud you for the initiative. I think it just has to maybe be looked at in terms of what would be best. But
I agree.
I do believe that we shouldn't forget that those that pass away, and that as a society we could do better. And so maybe something worth reflecting on, and certainly making sure that there is ability for people to be able to identify a loved one who may have passed away on our streets, and where are they, so that they could pay their last respects.
Exactly. And what gave me the initiative to pursue it is that I have a plot for myself at the cemetery, and I had a couple of extra plots when the purchase was made. And I wanted to allow those few spots still available for the first ones that would pass, that would be homeless. And when I kept thinking and praying on it, I thought, well, I can only put 2 people that are homeless next to us. So I didn't feel comfortable with that. And I thought it should be enlarged. And that's where, in my thoughts, and as I said in my prayers, that it came that something could possibly come to fruition. And I'm sure, and I will finish with these words with, and I sense it from you, your understanding and your compassion, that we could do something special for those who did not have the chance that perhaps many of us, myself included, had in life.
Thank you.
And you have a question?
And maybe to city manager, maybe that's something that staff, you've probably presented this to Riverview and Dieppe, or?
I did
You did,
with
right?
Dieppe, with Mr. Serge Doucette, and with Mr.
Oh.
Lapierre.
No, with Manon.
It's not a job.
Sorry,
It's not
Manon
a
Job.
job.
Pardon me?
So you did present to Dieppe, and then you're
Yeah.
probably gonna.
Yes, I have an appointment. I think it's next week, if I'm not mistaken. I don't
Okay.
have my agenda with me,
Yes.
but I'm meeting with Mr. LeBlanc, the mayor of Riverview,
Okay.
next week.
So maybe direction to the CEO to maybe
We'll follow up, yeah.
follow up with the other communities and see what type of process could take place.
Right, and I will
for
be
an
very
initiative.
thankful for what each of you decide to do. And if you have any questions to meet again, individually or otherwise,
Yeah.
I'm not far.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Merci,
You're welcome.
Madame la Mairesse.
Conseiller Steves.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to follow up on Councillor Legier's first question to our youth that came. And I know you're in the middle of a row, and I don't really want to make you have to get up again. It's just a suggestion. Have you had a chance to speak to Ellen Jeffries, who leads the Moncton Youth Committee? So I just want to say that there's a Moncton Youth Advisory Council that's about 12 different students. You might be sitting beside an individual there that's on it. And it'd just be really important for the collaboration to take place. And so there are 12 other keen students just like you folks. And if you guys put your heads together, you'll be able to really come up with something really special here in the future.
We have reached out to some of their members, and they have expressed interest in collaborating with us.
Wonderful. That's fantastic. And Isabel can just follow up on that through Ellen. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that there was another committee too of great teenagers. Thank you.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Merci à tous les présentateurs. We now
Thank you so much to all presenters.
On the crime reduction report that will be heard later on during the meeting. And first up, these will be 2-minute presentations. The first up is Andrea Ann.
Oh, sure. Sorry. Conseiller.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Just, we were going to, that is it's 9 point, number is it that we're in the.
9.5.
Yeah, we spoke about this, and I don't know how we're going to react to it, but after talking to staff, there's quite a few unanswered questions coming back from us or to us. And I don't know how the rest of the committee feels, but I felt like that because of that, we should table this until staff can get the answers that we need also. There's a lot of, from the province, from the city, even the federal government, from the treasury. So there's a lot of issues in this report that we haven't got the answers back to neither. Even from our special council meeting, I think there was a few. So I would like to table this and maybe get into it in a different way after the next council is brought on.
perhaps maybe I can ask Nick to jump in, but where we already have an agenda that's adopted and that's coming up later, I don't know, Nick?
Yeah, we're not at that item yet in the agenda,
no.
so we're just in the 2-minute presentations here. So I think we just need to follow the agenda, and then when it gets to that item, council's free to make whatever motions that they want at that
I
debate.
agree. My issue was is that everybody was getting up to the chat, and it's going to be hopefully that we're put it to the table for the next council to deal with it. So feel free. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just go ahead. Thank you.
No, thank you, Councillor Butler, and I can appreciate that. I think it'll be important to hear the voices of those that weren't when the report was made. So good evening, Mayor and Council. I really thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak here today and acknowledge the work that's been put behind building the report. It's public safety matters, and we share the same goal of a safer community. However, this plan leans heavily toward enforcement. It's increased policing, zero tolerance approaches, focus on charges and convictions. We need to recognize that intervention is not prevention. What is missing is equal focus on coordinated access to housing, system navigation, prevention and stabilization. Without that balance, we risk responding to symptoms instead of causes. Goal 3 proposes a $1 million investment to reduce homelessness by 10%. Investments are always welcomed, but it doesn't raise an important question of, were the nonprofits and the organizations that are expected to deliver that 10% engaged and consulted within this report when it was being built? I state this because I strongly believe that system change does not happen without them. It happens with them at the table. There is also the mention of increased investment in RCMP presence, and those supports matter as they are part of keeping our community safe. And ground this in what Superintendent Benoit stated in September's 2020 Fifth Council, and I quote, "Homeless and addiction are not crimes. They are complex societal issues and cannot be solved by enforcement alone. While police play an important role, we have to work together with our community and our partners to address the root causes of these issues." I believe, and we believe as a committee, that great work is achieved when we strengthen the conversations, not by creating new tables, but being part of the ones that already exist. We believe the path forward is aligned with these main points. Recognize GMHSC as a coordinated body for this work. End these conversations. Allow us a seat at the table. We want to help. We want to support you. Remembering the importance of integrated housing and support solutions alongside enforcement, and through every one of these lenses, please remembering how powerful prevention can be over intervention. We all want the same outcomes for our community, a safer, stronger Moncton, and I believe we will get there faster and with lasting impact when we continue to work together. Thank you.
Next is Al Pendergast.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Al Pendergast, the Executive Director of Alternative Residences Alternative, Inc. in Moncton and Dieppe. And we're the largest nonprofit housing provider today, housing people who are living with mental illness. So I can speak to the following fact, that homelessness is a housing problem. I want to thank all levels of government who provide support to the great work that we do every day and have done for the past 40 plus years in the community. And it's very important, as Andrea Ann said, for us to continue that collaborative approach to provide more housing, deeply affordable housing, not $1,200 a month housing, deeply affordable housing for those who are living with mental illness, for those who are experiencing homelessness. So for me, as Councillor Butler mentioned, when I read the report, I do appreciate all of the work that went into it. I certainly appreciate all of the support that we've received in the past from the City of Moncton and the City of Dieppe and all of the great work that we do. To me, it is about collaborating with the nonprofit sector to ensure that we're housing more people as quickly as we possibly can as a preventative way to reduce crime in the community. Thank you.
Next would be Renee Shuttle.
Hello, my name is Renée Charon. I'm the Executive Director of Crossroads for Women and Jade Center. I support the goal of reducing crime in our community, both as a citizen and also the leader of an organization that exists because of serious crimes like sexual assault and domestic violence. However, I urge Council not to rush through the approval of this plan tonight. First, many of the proposed measures do not actually reduce crime. If we are serious about prevention, we must stop confusing it with enforcement. Second, key partners have not been meaningfully consulted. The RCMP was given the report in advance, but did not comment before last Monday's sessions. And nonprofits, those of us who are on the front lines, were not brought to the table. Organizations addressing sexual violence, including YWCA, Boreal Center, and the Jade Center, were not consulted on the goals that directly impact our clients. This plan includes $16 million over 3 years for the RCMP. Meanwhile, the policing budget has also doubled since 2020. And if we want better outcomes, I invite to the council to invest differently. For example, Crossroads for Women would be open to exploring models where outreach workers accompany police on domestic violence calls, or even trains the teams providing immediate and trauma-informed support. Another example is that the council could fund proven mentorship programs such as Big Brothers Big Sisters instead of programs like DARE, which have been wildly discredited. On housing, I was encouraged to see the reduction of homelessness included as a goal, but the approach falls short as it is not accompanied by an actual plan. Fencing vacant properties or adding AI cameras will not reduce crime. Occupying them will. Other cities are using tools like taxing vacant units, regulating short-term rentals, and addressing out-of-province ownership. This is not just a housing crisis, it is also a policy failure. Finally, if council is considering enhancing accountability measures for nonprofits regarding grant use, it may be helpful to reflect on how similar principles could be applied consistently across sectors, including policing and council itself. In closing, to quote one councillor from last week during the review of this plan, the committee was not competent enough to come up with a strategy to reduce violent crime. I urge you not to approve this plan as it stands. Take the time to build a collaborative, evidence-based approach that includes nonprofits and focuses on true prevention.
And the final speaker is Robin LeBlanc.
Hi, thank you. Robin LeBlanc, she, her pronouns, resident of Ward 3. I also participated in the special meeting on this report. So everyone in this room definitely agrees that we want a Moncton that feels safe. But the vote tonight, potentially tonight, is not about that goal. It's about whether or not this plan as written is ready to be passed. And right now it's not. There is a $16 million decision over 3 years on the line, and yet key partners, as already mentioned, province, community, nonprofit providers, RCMP were not included. The feedback was not incorporated from the public into the plan, and the plan relies heavily on enforcement without demonstrating that it will actually reduce or prevent crime. So it's not a strong foundation for a decision of this scale. More importantly, the plan locks in a direction, so it prioritizes enforcement, expands authority, increases surveillance, while the most impactful elements like housing, social supports remain underdeveloped. Once passed, those priorities are really hard to shift. So we are 1 week away from a new council, a council that would be responsible for implementing this plan, funding it, and repairing the relationships of those partners who were not invited to the table. This is not about delaying an action on public safety. It's about approving a flawed plan at the last minute. It's about whether you should finalize a $16 million plan without alignment, without due process or full consultation, and without incorporating feedback just days before an election. So why rush? You have a responsible option ahead of you. Pause, allow the next council to review the plan, engage partners properly, and ensure that what is passed is not just immediate action, but effective action. Because right now, this feels less like a plan that is designed to work and more like a plan that is designed to simply say one exists. I urge you not to pass that tonight. I also, before I leave, want to bring to council's attention that it appears there was a violation of the respect for decision-making process in the Code of Conduct for elected officials, whereby this morning Councillor Bourgeois posted a public comment saying that this plan had already been or will be adopted tonight. It's not only confusing and misleading, but it does undermine your council's process. Another example of how process was not followed with this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Donc, on va maintenant au thème, prochain item.
Okay. So we can now move to the next item.
Est-ce qu'on prend des questions?
Yeah.
Are we taking questions? Okay, go ahead.
There's been a lot of work put into this plan. Maybe by the sounds of it, we haven't reached out to everybody, but there was one stated that the RCMP were invited. They sat at the table. It is more about crime reduction regards to enforcement. It's absolute. We have heard from Enough is Enough. In the since 2021, we've had a number of neighborhood meetings where people really complained about the amount of theft and what was going on in their neighborhood. And we, as a committee, got together more, from my point of view, there's 3 other people that were on that committee besides myself. It was more for the next council to have some direction, not so much to fix everything, but to say that there is an issue with crime. Could it be from addiction? It could be from mental health. But there are still rules and regulations that you have to follow in the country. And that's why we have a criminal code, that's why we have a Motor Vehicle Act. And we hear from the other side, from Enough is Enough, is that crime is not being dealt with. Now, there's 2 sides to the story. You can't enforce and will not fix it. And the other side is saying we need more enforcement, or at least a little bit more enforcement than what's going on now. So what we did was we had decided that we talked to bylaw, we talked to the RCMP. We have sent a number of letters to the province regards to the bylaw officers becoming peace officers, which is not about to lock everybody up. It's more to when you interact with them. You know, as a police officer for 34 years, you know, everybody I dealt with that was breaking the law, I didn't lock them up. But you have to stop and you have to get out of the vehicle and you have to connect with them. And you have to see what their problem is and how you can help them. And it could be a homeless person, it could be a person with addiction, and it could be somebody with mental health. But driving by and saying that the problem's not there, it's not going to go away. So that's why I think that we should, and I'm going to recommend to table this tonight, because we have not talked to enough people. I see that. We have not got any word back from the province or the federal government, the Treasury Board, regards to policing. But I think that overall the report is a good start, because nobody was doing anything. We had to start someplace. There's a lot of different silos. There's the nonprofit, there's the downtown business, there's the RCMP, there's bylaw. Everybody has their own little silo. And what this report was going to do was to bring at least a few of them together. Now, not everybody's going to agree with that, and that's fair. That's democracy. But we wanted to do something before we left this council, and to see where we were at as far as a council, what we have done in our last 5 years. And I think it was even said at the special meeting that overall it's not a terrible report. It's just that there's some parts missing. And I think that's what we have to get to. The parts that are missing, you know, let's work together. If we're here at the next council or not, I think it's still worthy to look and see that whoever felt like they were left out, It wasn't intentional. It wasn't that we didn't want to deal with you. I think it's a great time. We got, I know Councillor Bourgeois took some great notes after the last council meeting. And from there, we decided that we were going to put it forward. And I still believe it's a good report to put forward with a couple appendix, A and B. But again, you know, when you talk to staff who's going to be dealing with this, even with the other next council, I think it's important for them to be on board and to know what direction you're having. And right now, we have a direction, but I think there's some more direction that being given to them and give them some time to get back to us and also to the nonprofits and to the other people that have spoke at special meetings. So I'll leave it at that. I think that, again, kudos to Councillor Bourgeois, Councillor Legier, and Councillor LeBlanc. We put a lot of time and effort into this. It might not have satisfied everybody, but I know from our heart we had the right reason that we wanted to make the city a little bit safer and to make everybody safe. It doesn't matter if you're homeless, a woman in distress at home and has to leave. We wanted to make everybody. So if we didn't accomplish that, then we didn't finish the report, and that's why we'd like to table it. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Conseiller Butler. So there are no other questions. Madame Lagrefière.
Next, our administration presentation is Exposé de l'administration. And first up today is Heritage Board, an update from Jean-Pierre Charon.
Bonsoir, Jean-Pierre.
Bonsoir, Madame la Mairesse.
Good evening, Jean-Pierre. Your worship, council members, staff, and the public.
The Heritage Conservation Board was involved with last year. I think this is so basically, just a quick note about the composition of the board. Linda Maillet is the current chair, and unfortunately, Linda could not make it to the meeting today. Charles Léger is the council liaison on the board. Brian Branch is the first vice chair. Bradley Condom is the second vice chair. Daniel Saint-Louis, Joseph Tippett, who is here tonight with us, and Françoise Grandmaison and Shaheen Fall are all the board members active currently. So last year, 26 heritage permits were processed and permit issued. They mostly conservation work as usual, re-roofing, preservation and restoration of some buildings, and also sign installation. Obviously, all these authorizations are to meet the Heritage Conservation Bylaw, following some standards and guidelines. So just a quick note about the Heritage Grant that were issued. Altogether, 9 grants were issued to help out with conservation work. So I won't read all the details here, but those concerned include 132 Mill Road, 62 Botsford Street, 150 Queen Street, 56 Stedman Street, 51 Church Street, and also the Higgins Building on the corner of Main and Botsford Street here at, also did some reporting work. 58 Alma Street, 97 Alma Street, and 89 Stedman Street all benefited from grant support. So these grant supports are really helpful in conservation work, obviously, so all can enjoy these fabulous architectural styles in our city. Au terme d'autres façons de smousser l'intérêt du
Other ways to encourage interest in heritage conservation properties is that we have an annual Heritage Week. Last year was the 6th edition, and it was from October 14th to 18th. The program helped promote, educate, and provide engagement opportunities for the population. It allowed us to appreciate the designated heritage properties in the municipality.
An interesting and informative event. And it includes culture and heritage, communications, and also Downtown Moncton Centre-Ville Inc. Participated in Heritage Week. Also, Heritage Week has different programming activities, including the culture and heritage scavenger hunt. It's always popular, and this year was kind of special. It was the 150th anniversary of the City of Moncton Fire Department. So it was an occasion to showcase or inform population about different major fires in the city, unfortunately, but also to put some focus on, for example, the former fire station number 2 at 199 St. George Street, which is pictured here. Also, Heritage Week had the Heritage Conservation Award ceremony. This is very important to underline projects that deserve merit on heritage conservation in different categories, including preservation, rehabilitation, special recognition, stewardship, that's a long-term care of a building, and also not forgetting the special recognition over heritage tradesperson. Without the tradesperson and know-how to fix older buildings, things are not progressing as they should, I think. So this is very important to underline the craftsmanship that's needed here. A few pictures of the ceremony that was held at the Centre Culturel Aberdeen on the Botsford Street. Also, just a quick note about who received awards. Madame Louise Imbeau a reçu le prix de la préservation et de la restauration pour
One prize was presented to Louise Imbeau for her efforts in the preservation and restoration of the late 19th century Queen Anne Revival residential building located at 97 Botsford Street. She's taken excellent care of her home that is typical and very present on her street. It's a wonderful place.
Architecture 4 Limited for their long-term care in protecting and maintaining the support building that's just across the City Hall here, the Times building. This is quite a unique building in the city that everybody can enjoy. So Architects 4 is taking good care of this building, obviously. Another, the Downtown Moncton Centre-Ville Inc. Rehabilitation Adaptive Reuse Award was given to Matt Sims and Émilie Dugas for making possible the compatible and contemporary use while protecting the heritage value of the two-story brick Italianate commercial style structure built in 1904, which is located at 400 St. George Street. We call this building the Doyle Building. So it's being repurposed. I think there's a cafe there today, and people enjoy these special places. And this is one of them on St. George Street. And finally, the Special Recognition Award, Tradesperson, Craftsperson, was presented to Timothy Davies. Mr. Davis applied his skills to, for example, the synagogue, Tiferes Israel Synagogue on Stedman Street. So again, the know-how, the skills, and are really important to keep these buildings in good shape. Heritage Week also was an occasion to remit some heritage plaques. So one was remitted to the Rand House across here, the street on Botsford Street, 199 St. George, the old fire station number 2, and also the former regional and Moncton library at 151 Highfield Street. So a new plaque has been installed on these buildings. Durant la Semaine du Patrimoine, ils avaient aussi l'occasion.
During Heritage Week, there was also an opportunity to give the community the chance to submit historic photos that we could bring together from private collections and to share them with the public. This is one way to get information that might have been lost, but it's also an opportunity to see the past of buildings that may still be standing. These photos are so important when we do research and that we try to find ways to restore homes in a way that is in line with their era.
A whole bunch of pictures that were sent in this exercise, but I heard that Resurgo Place is always open to receive donated photos of historic shots that could show, the past of Moncton. And this is for the benefit of the population in general. Also, Heritage Week saw a tour of l'Université de Moncton. Le tour s'est déroulé sur le campus pour apprécier.
The tour took place on Moncton campus so that we could appreciate the architecture of this Acadian University. And this took place on October 17th. It was very interesting to make that connection between architecture that's older, but also the new types of architecture that could be also underscored and appreciated, this contemporary architecture. Oftentimes, architects are given a mandate to produce a functional building, but also that is unique. And this was the case on the university campus. There were architectural landmarks that were maintained in order to maintain architecture harmony. This includes the Tailleur building that is part of the Canadian Registry of Heritage Buildings. The Taillon building is the last that was designed by Louis-René Arthur Fréchette, a well-known Moncton architect, who also designed the Capitol Theatre and Mary Soames on Mountain Road, the former presbytery of the St. Bernard's Church as well. So he's an influential architect. So the Taillon building is his design. From there, we had an open house event on October 18th. This was a way that allowed citizens to visit the buildings, see the outside, but also the interiors. Oftentimes, residents can see the outside, but they don't get to know the stories that are told from the inside.
Really cherish the property owners' open-minded way of, letting people, the general public, enter their building to appreciate how most of those were rehabilitated and still in use. So examples of those buildings are the Bayani building on 413 Main Street. This building was repaired and also repurposed and serves as office and office use, for example. So we can see that buildings can have a second life. This is a good example of it. The second doors open destination was the Maison Thomas William House. That's a city-owned building that's it's been renovated last year and still being renovated this year for some part of it. And so the public appreciated the interior of this building. Also, the Station Botsford station at 232 Botsford Street. This building is in use for several years now, and there's lots of uses inside. And we can appreciate the photo that shows how unique these buildings can become and serve quite a good purpose into being proud of being in a building that has a second life. On the right, we can see some images of the participation of the Mackenzie College. The students in the third year in a row at each location, they were inspired to do a work of art. So again, that was another dimension that was kind of interesting during the Heritage Week, doors open. And just to finalize here, the strategic plan of the Heritage Board is being followed every year. Obviously, it's a good guide to have actions accomplished. And one of those is the Heritage Resource Inventory Study. It's currently being worked on. It was initiated officially last year, and this aims to implement some existing policies in a municipal plan. The area of focus are the downtown area, the Sunny Brae, Secondary replanning area, Victoria Park area, and places of worship. So this is actually active currently in the city, and we're looking for resources to help out the city with this to achieve these actions. So this is pretty much the presentation, Madam the Mayor.
Merci beaucoup, Jean-Pierre. Are there questions
Thank you, Jean-Pierre.
with you this evening?
There's Joe Tippett here. with us.
Mr. Tippett, I really want to thank
There's
Joe.
Brian and Branch also. Yeah.
Is Brian Branch here as well? Ah, c'est beau. Merci.
Oh, there you are. Thank you.
I was appointed on the Heritage Board when I was first elected many years ago. And Joe, I believe you were there or you came on board. So he has been there for a long, long time. This is my last chairing of this public meeting. And I really want to thank you, Joe. You've done some great work and you gave us so many great ideas. And if heritage is being recognized, you had a great part to do in that. So thank you so much. Merci. Merci.
Thank you.
Councillor Kingston.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Alice. Thank you, Jean-Pierre. If I could, just on the permits, a very exciting year. Some of those buildings, tremendous. I've been in most of them, but not all. The 26 permits issued, so those are to the audience. Those are 26 necessarily new dwellings that have identified as heritage.
No, these are under the Heritage Conservation Bylaw.
Under the current conservation.
Any work conducted outside those buildings are subject to the bylaw, and they trigger, if they want to do some restoration of windows, if they want to do some painting or fix up the character defining elements of the buildings, there's permit that goes along with that.
And of the 9 awarded for grant supports, that is ongoing maintenance, ongoing upkeeps, 9 identified.
Yes, and the grant, Heritage Grant program really helps out here. Last year, we gave away almost everything. There was a cancellation at the end of the year. So unfortunately, we could not use all the grant monies, but for sure, some benefit a lot from that grant program.
Great. Merci pour les détails. Merci, Jean-Pierre. Merci, Madame Alice. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. I don't see any other questions, so. Okay.
The next presentation is une présentation mise à jour sur la lutte contre les
A
incendies.
presentation update on wildfire management, and this is done by Fire Chief Conrad Landry.
Bonsoir. Good evening, Your Worship.
Good evening, Mr. Landry.
The fire department. So first, I want to acknowledge that it's Emergency Preparedness Week. So some of you might have noticed we have some vehicles outside if anybody, the public wants to go see that till 7 o'clock tonight. On tomorrow, we're going to test our Moncton Alert. So we encourage people to subscribe to the Moncton Alert. So in case during a large emergency, they'll be alerted. And all this week, anybody that registers or follow anybody on the Facebook, they will get a name on their in a draw for a $200 emergency family kit. And on Wednesday, there's going to be the national emergency. So that alarm that you're going to hear on your phones and radios and TVs, the national test is being done on Wednesday. On Thursday, the city, we're doing a tabletop upstairs on our Emergency Operations Center, Emergency Coordination Center. So we encourage people to sign up and prepare their emergency kit. Just a brief update on wildfire. Last year we had of course, a record-breaking wildfire season. The Moncton Fire Department responded to the Irishtown fire, and we hadn't had a large fire like that in many years. So, of course, after a fire like that, there's always lessons learned. So we did upgrade on our personal protective equipment. We bought extra pumps. There was a federal grant to do a risk assessment for the city of Moncton. So we did receive that. We're reviewing it right now. Once that we're done reviewing, we'll present it to council. So that was really well done. And one big thing of the recommendation is to adopt what's called a Fire Smart program. Fire Smart program is an educational program for citizens, business owners, and all that, and how to prevent wildland fires. So just a few updates on that. On the fire department itself, of course, just the org chart as a reminder, there's 2 items on the org chart that because of the fire service review that we had 2 years ago now, council had adopted. So one is the EMO manager. So Melissa Pajot was hired. Actually, it's her second week this week. So that was, and she's outside if anybody wants to go meet her. And also under the training division, council had approved a logistics chief to manage our logistics operations. So Timo was hired to do that, and he's also outside. So, so that's 2 additions on there. And we did hire, council had approved a rapid rescue vehicle, and that's to go to mostly medical calls or smaller rescue calls. And so that's 10 additional firefighters. So that vehicle, they're doing their training. They were hired the 14th of April, and then they're going to be operational on June 26th. So that vehicle will be operational then, and those new firefighters will be part of their learning process. So we're excited to see that. Just kind of a reminder, the fire department, we have kind of 4 divisions. So operations, that's the firefighters that go and fight the fires and do the rescues. We have a training, that's kind of the firefighter school. They train all our firefighters and maintain our skills. Fire prevention is the people that do the education, the inspections, and the investigation of fires. And then the emergency measures is what we're encouraging people to do this week, is to be prepared during a large emergencies. Just to go through numbers, just to show a little bit of the increase during the many years. So if we look at the first one, the alarms, it actually went down a little bit between 2024 and 2025. Fires went up quite a bit, so a little over 300 fires that we had more than 2024. Gas leaks, about the same, just 6 calls less than last year. Medical calls, about 200 calls more. And if you look, part of that, the subcategory of overdose. Now, just to clarify, overdose is overdose that we've been called to. So sometimes they're not actually overdose. It could be someone just feeling weak or whatever, so they think it's an overdose. So it's not 100% necessary overdose. But what's interesting here, if you look at between 2023, 24, and 25, the numbers are decreasing for our response. So that's good news. And there's many reasons for that, but one of the reasons is the shelters are doing a really good job on training and on intervention. So the system seems to be going the right way when it comes to that. Motor vehicle collision went up a little bit. Public hazards, again, all the services pretty much went up. Public service could be people not sure, asking us just to go check out something, a smell in their house, or et cetera. Rescue went up quite a bit. So that's from water rescue to someone caught in a machine or whatever. So we're seeing an increase in that. Others, just total coincidence, 23, 24, and 25 are just exactly 20 per year. But just kind of the last slide I wanted to share is kind of the progression of our call volume. So if you look, every year it's increasing. So last year we just came under, just under 10,000 calls. So the fire service review has kept that in consideration. Council has been very, very supportive on this. And just kind of on the fire service review every year, we're just going to ask for stuff to, because it's a big a big review, and we have 10 to 15 years to accomplish those. So we're working bits and pieces, but we did successfully accomplish the ones that you folks approved last year. It was a brief overview. I know you have a long meeting coming ahead, but I'm just more than willing to answer questions or comments. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Conseiller Léger.
Thank you very much, Councillor Legier.
My first question is, can you just maybe explain a little more about the medical response unit? Is there more than one vehicle, or is it one vehicle, 10 firefighters, or what's the personnel look like, I guess?
Right. Thank you, Councilor Legier. So this is there's only one vehicle. It's going to be on the Brandon Fire Station. So that's the most central station. It's going to be staffed with 2 firefighters. It's going to be senior. They need to be at least 1 year of experience. So those 10 that we're hiring are to backfill for those more senior experienced firefighters to go on that. And it's not just concentrated on the territory. It overlaps Station 3, which is on Botsford, and Station 2, that's on across from Centennial Park on St. George. So it's going to overlap those. So our preliminary estimates is that it should take about 5,000 calls a year away from our bigger vehicles. And there was 2 main reasons why the review recommended that. One is the wear and tear on our vehicles. So now it's it's going to be a half-ton truck. And the other one was the mental health of our firefighters. So these positions, firefighters are not going to be assigned to this vehicle forever. We're going to rotate them so that they have a break from going to these types of calls. So they're not necessarily the same people that are going to be on that vehicle all the time.
Okay, thanks. It was interesting, you mentioned the overdose calls, and you said some of them you don't know if they were not. On Friday, there was a person who collapsed on the sidewalk, and so I went over, and they were non-responsive, but they were breathing okay. So I called it in that way. They were sending an ambulance. I think what happened is after about 10 minutes, the ambulance wasn't showing up. So all of a sudden, the fire truck showed up. Interestingly enough, the person woke up and was fine. Perhaps it was the sirens and so on. But I can see where, they would not have been normally called. At this point, your personnel is probably filling in for the gaps in the ambulance system.
Absolutely.
So anyway, it was good to see, the response and so on. And I do appreciate the fatigue because it is there. On Friday, I was told that was the 15th call for Station 2, their shift. And on the Friday, they had at least 40 and had to do with a particular additive in the drugs that day, and that they were responding. And it's an unfortunate situation, but it sort of at least allows you to appreciate what they see every day. You talked about the forest fire prevention strategy, and I'm just wondering if the risk assessment's in, why are we waiting to put something in place? So after the Irishtown fire last year, it was brought to my attention that several years before, there'd been recommendations that I think it was from Parks, but I could be wrong, about creating some buffer zones in the parks, similar to Firebreak Road in Centennial Park, which is to separate if there is a risk of fire. And so where are we with that as we move into fire season very rapidly? And how can residents be assured that, those that are adjacent to Mapleton, to Irishtown, to Centennial, and all kinds of other areas, that we will actually be taking action this year to mitigate the risk?
Right. Thank you, Councilor Legier. So absolutely. Right from the time we were done at the Irishtown, we started already, irrelevant of this grant and this project, we started ordering some stuff because the whole country and the whole world is ordering stuff. So we wanted to make sure that we had it on time for this season. So we already started that. Now, this risk assessment was a federal grant, and by the time it was a consultant that did it, by the time we just received, I think it was like a little over 2 weeks ago, these recommendations. So now, and these recommendations are over, again, it's a long period of time. So there's stuff that we can do this year. But then there's going to be stuff that's going to include some money. So we're going to have to ask for budgetary items for next year to do that work. So we're definitely working with Parks and Recreational to see, is there any, we had a meeting actually today to see, could we kind of thin out certain areas to minimize wildland firefighters. So we are working on this. It's going to have to go through the budget project on these major projects.
But I do think that the risk is too high to wait for budget process. So maybe I'll direct that to the city manager that says, you know, we were lucky last year. And from my, just my understanding is that there are things that we can do immediately. And I would hope that, you know, maybe that's something that you can bring forward immediately to the next council in terms of highlighting the high-risk areas that are next to residential areas, and then what is planned and what will be done now, as opposed to waiting for something to happen and reacting. So I would hope that that could be, you know, brought forward, because I think we were lucky last year. I think it would have been far different had we the winds gone a different direction, and I don't think we can wait.
Well, thank you for the comment. Again, I don't think we have waited. I think as the chief mentioned, we did acquire quite a bit of equipment last year as a result. The report is just in. Have full confidence in the team that will be able to address the issues that they have, that can immediately, they will, and any immediate requirements that will bring them forward to council for consideration.
Okay, and I think, you know, the risk is great enough that it shouldn't be a budget consideration this year. It should be, we just get it done. So, and again, thank you for ordering the extra equipment and all the rest of the stuff being prepared, but I'd rather it not happen. And so if we can prevent that, that would be better. And my last question, because I've raised this before, and I don't know where this went from last year to this year, but I'll raise it again. So the number of alarms, and I asked if we could introduce a bylaw related to false alarms. And St. John has had one for 2 years. And I was told last year that, yes, we could move forward in that direction. And I don't know if, probably no one said we would, but why is it that we do not have a bylaw and that we have not moved forward with that, if I may ask?
I'll jump in on this one, because I think it was a fees and issue, right? I think that's where we were looking at that. And I think that it was suggested that we would be looking forward at it and bringing it forward, or it was being considered for next year or something.
Thank you, Your Worship. So what happened last year, it was first discussed during the fees and charges bylaw, but then it was recommended that this not being included in that bylaw, and it be included in a separate fire bylaw that I believe legal and fire are working on, right?
There's a draft on the legal's office.
So there's a draft of a bylaw now. Excellent. Okay. Well, third time's a charm. Okay. So we could see that coming sometime in 2026? Okay, great. So thank you very much. Merci.
Merci, conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Maire. Merci, Monsieur Landry. J'ai 3 questions. Bien.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Landry. I have 3 questions and a comment. I think I might have the answer, but I just want to make sure. Are we doing the medical aspects, 6,000 calls per year? You know, because the ambulance, are we doing this because the ambulance service is inadequate? Thank you for the question, Councillor Bourgeois. So the medical call program started several years ago, even before Ambulance New Brunswick started to exist. At the time, well, the history behind this is that we had 5 fire stations and there was only 1 ambulance station. So statistically, there were always firefighters that were closer to you. So we could get there faster than the ambulance could. Now, the medical system has improved since then, but demand has increased as well. So it's not, that's not why we do it. We just do it because it's added, value added. We can help ambulance services. Of course, in the last months and years, there have been delays for several reasons. So we've been asked to stay on medical calls a little bit longer than in the past because of this. Well, if I look at the stats from 2017 going into 2026, 2027, I see that the numbers of medical emergencies has doubled, and our responses, in fact, have doubled to these emergencies. What are the numbers for ambulance New Brunswick? Have their statistics doubled as well? Yes, absolutely. And something else that I do look at is a percentage. It's between 60 to 65% of our calls are for medical emergencies, and that's what we look at. So the percentage seems to be stable, and that's not what concerns me. What concerns me is how long firefighters spend on scene on a medical call, because once we're there, we can't leave a patient alone. Even if there's a fire at the same time, we have to stay there once we're there and wait for ambulances. So we're working with dispatch and Ambulance New Brunswick to see if there's anything we can do to improve the situation. There are small solutions here and there, and the ambulance service, and it's not their fault, it's the entire healthcare system that needs improvement. Right. But if we had twice as many ambulances, perhaps we'd have fewer calls, half the calls. I'm not sure it would diminish how many calls we get. It's the criteria, right? If a patient has ABC, we go. If they don't meet that criteria, we don't go. I don't know about the amounts of calls, but the amount of time we spend with the patient, that would go down for sure. Okay, thank you. A follow-up question. We don't know, right? How many people, how many lives we're saving while we wait for the ambulance? Do we have statistics? Well, it's hard to say, really, when we get there on the scene, if there's no vital signs, and then before the ambulance shows up, there are suddenly vital signs. We do keep those numbers, yes, when we can make a difference between the ambulance shows up, but we don't get a follow-up once the ambulance shows up. We don't know if the patient survived or not, but it is 100% guaranteed. I know that there are several occasions, several times. I don't want to put a number to it, but I know that sometimes before an ambulance shows up, we were able to reestablish vital signs, a pulse, circulation. We were able to stop severe bleeding before an ambulance shows up. So yes, it is, our help is important. Okay, I don't want it to be hours of work, but I wonder if for next year's presentation, if you could have more information on this, including what it costs. So what it costs Moncton taxpayers who invest in your firefighting services, who do this, and it ends up so what ends up going to medical response services? So I'd just like to be able to say, let's just say, and I'm inventing numbers here, it costs 3 million per year. So perhaps we should instead give 2 million to the province so that they can buy 3 or 4 other ambulances. And perhaps that would allow us to have a faster response and save money in the end. I don't know. I would just like council to be able to look into those options. It sounds like an absurd solution, but the goal is to save lives. And if we're able to save just as many lives, but we end up spending less money and we end up having more ambulances rather than spending more money on fire trucks that are there just temporarily. And yes, I know you're saving a life, but perhaps there's another way to make it work. The system just doesn't seem logical right now. So if we can have a more efficient solution by having more ambulances and that ends up being cheaper, hopefully it's cheaper. Actually, even if it costs the same, maybe the city can end up funding an ambulance rather than asking the firefighters to do this. And this would mean that firefighters then would be more available for actual firefighting operations instead of being on medical calls. So I don't know, perhaps next time you can have a number behind the contribution here, and this would allow our CFO to perhaps do a little superficial analysis to see maybe if there's another option. So I don't know, maybe it's not a bad idea, right? If the numbers justify it, if it leads to what I think it will lead to, but I might be mistaken. It's a very good observation, And yes, I think it would be interesting to see once we get the new rapid response vehicle. It's a smaller vehicle. It's only 2 firefighters and they're extras, if you will. So it does not affect the firefighting team. So that will have an interesting impact as well. Yes. And I have one last comment.
Je veux remercier publiquement
I would like to publicly thank your team,
votre équipe du poste de Brandon,
your team at the Brandon Fire Station,
qui m'a sauvé la vie le 12.
You saved my life on December 12th of last year.
Parce que j'ai de la
I'll
misère.
stop there because I'm struggling, but I was affected by COVID. I wasn't aware, and my spouse called 911. Firefighters showed up first, and they saved my life up until the ambulance was able to arrive. And I thank them personally. I want to thank you again. I want to thank you publicly now. So thank you so much. And I hope that you can pass along the message to all other firefighters, especially the Brandon team. Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Landry.
Matters, a question d'urbanisme, and this evening it's a continuation of a postponement from last meeting, a public hearing for rezoning for People's Park Towers. This public hearing has been closed, and at the present time, we are at questions from council. I believe that Josh Adams has a presentation, if we can bring that up, and he'll go through it, and then council can address administration.
Bonsoir, Josh.
Bonsoir. So this evening, again, really just here to answer some questions that were asked by council at the previous meeting, as well as some questions that were asked to staff by email following the last meeting. So I think during the discussion at the public hearing, there was a lot of discussion about, is this building that's proposed to be at 6 stories, is it too tall to go next to the existing R1A neighborhood? Is that meeting the intent of our municipal plan with regards to transition from neighborhoods to high density? So I think a real important step in looking at this recommendation is considering what the zoning allows today as of right. And if we go through, we're talking about essentially a rezoning from the suburban commercial zone to the R3, the multiple unit dwelling zone. So the suburban commercial zone today permits 4 stories as of right. A 4-story building could be built as close as 3 meters from the property line to the R1A properties if the building does not contain any residential. So the only instance in where we start limiting height of buildings is when there's residential uses permitted. If it was a building that had a mix of uses, let's say, an entertainment use, offices, restaurant, that sort of thing, a 4-meter high building 3 meters away from the property line would be permitted today. In all cases, even where we have the R1A zone and new residential buildings, we do allow 6-story buildings typically 15 meters away from a property line. And that is done through subdivision. And I'll show you what that can look like in a couple of slides. But through subdivision, we would allow a building essentially 6 stories at 50 meters away from an R1A property. So those are all, the rules that are permitted within our zoning bylaw today. So when we look at the proposal of a 6-story building that's about 37 meters away from the property line and maintaining a pretty significant tree buffer and vegetative buffer as well, we do feel that the application is actually providing a better outcome than what could be accomplished as of right. So if we look here, again, just reminding everybody of the property. So on the right-hand side in that red colored area is the suburban commercial zone. So that area is about 1.5 acres in size. It could be, sold off and subdivided and sold off to a private developer for the type of development that I just outlined. Other types of uses permitted here would include drive-throughs, service stations, car washes, your typical kind of suburban commercial use. However, the property owner, which is People's Park Tower, is not interested in developing it for commercial purposes. They want to do a residential project, which is why the rezoning to R3 is being requested. Now, this is where things kind of get tricky. And again, it comes down to the way that things are written in the bylaw and the kind of the important terms of abutting property line. So the People's Park Tower currently consists of two buildings that are connected on that one property. The idea or the proposal is to consolidate all the property lines so that you'll have one property for People's Park with the addition of that third building that was proposed. So because all the properties will be consolidated on all sides, that new property will abut R1A, and therefore the height is limited to 3 stories for a residential building. However, a subdivision could occur where you create an interior lot facing St. George, which is shown there in red. And with our current rules, we would allow, again, a 6-story building as long as it's 15 meters away from the R1A, because that would be meeting our lot requirements for a new lot, and we would allow that height at that proximity to the R1A neighborhood. So I think that's just important context to understand when looking at this decision. In terms of, an alternative design that was presented, certainly, it gets a little bit interesting when we get into public hearings and through the rezoning process, in terms of what else could be done with the site. Unfortunately, the way that the rezoning process is set up, it's very much an application is received, staff review the application. That review can take months. It undergoes a detailed review from engineering, all of our service providers internally as well as externally. And only when we're satisfied that it's meeting technical requirements does it come forward publicly. So a lot of time goes into those reviews. And then it also goes to the Planning Advisory Committee that ultimately provides the recommendation to council. So it's not really appropriate at this stage in the process to start thinking about, what if the building changes its shape? What if it reduced in height? If you want an alternative design through this process, the correct course of action would be to actually deny the application in front of you. And then the applicant would then have a choice to either come back with a new rezoning application for a new project or to proceed as of right. But just the structure of the rezoning process and the quasi-judicial process that we're in, it's very much, you've been given an application. Your job is to say yes or no. And if yes, what reasonable conditions can be imposed. That being said, we do agree that the current proposal does include that buffer of existing trees, about 10 meters of existing trees, and an additional 4 meters of landscaping for a total of just under 15 meters of the landscape buffer. And again, the building being set back a pretty substantial distance from the property line. And for those reasons, we do believe that the proposal is meeting the intent established in the municipal plan. Additional questions were asked following the meeting by email from council. So I'm just trying to provide a little bit of context to what I can. And so a lot of the questions were related to sort of the cost of development, the cost of parking. What does it look like if we were to include underground parking in this project? How would that impact the rents that are being proposed for this building? So the cost estimates I'm using are from the Canadian Cost Guide 2026 from Altus Group. I did attach that to the report for your reference. So this is a pretty, well-renowned, nationally recognized institution that uses construction data from real projects across the country. They aggregate all the data and they give you a ballpark essentially of what it costs to build right across the country. And looking through the data, you'll see that there's no New Brunswick municipality that's specifically benchmarked. Our nearest neighbor is Halifax, that does have a benchmark, as well as St. John's, Newfoundland. So for these costs, I'm actually looking at the Halifax Regional Municipality. But if you look across all the municipalities, they're all within a certain range in terms of the cost right across the country. So again, we're talking about ballpark figures here. So the cost of surface parking within this Canadian Cost Guide ranges from about $15 to $30 per square foot, whereas the cost of underground parking ranges from about $150 per square foot to $205 a square foot. So right there, you can see that the cost of underground parking is about 8 to 10 times more expensive than surface parking per project. And when we're looking at the building that was proposed, it has a ground floor area of about 13,817 square feet. So if we assume that we were going to just add underground parking to that one level below, and using those cost per square foot that was provided, you get a cost of underground parking to the project of about $2 to $2.8 million. Given the space, about 13,000 square feet, and the configuration, best estimates is you would get maybe 30 to 32 parking spaces underground. As we know, they do still need about 270 other spaces, which would have to be surface parking. So it's a pretty minor reduction in terms of surface parking that could be achieved if underground parking was added to this project. And we're talking, again, costs per underground parking space at this range from about $69,000 to $94,000 per space. The proposed project is looking at providing affordable rents, again, for seniors that would start at $786 a month for 1-bedroom units. This would be achieved through funding from the upcoming Build Canada Homes program. If we look at the monthly cost of parking, so you take that $2 to $2.8 million that we just saw, you amortize that over 25 years using an interest rate of 5%, you get a monthly cost for the underground parking of about $12,000 to $16,000 per month. So in other terms, if you divide that by 30 to get the cost per space, you're looking at about $400 to $550 per month per space in added cost. Or if the cost per space for the parking was divided per unit, you get about an additional $186 to $254 per month in rent, which is an increase in cost of about 25 to 30% for those affordable units. There are some other questions too about other funding opportunities for underground parking. Didn't find anything specifically related to that. My understanding is that if underground parking would be included, it would be a cost that would be passed on to the users or the tenants. There was also some questions related to the trees on the property and whether a landscape architect could come out and give us some suggestions. We just met 2 weeks ago, so didn't have time to get a landscape architect on site. But certainly in discussion with the applicant, they are amenable to having someone qualified come out and have a look, do a bit of a plan, and hopefully, when it comes time to developing that lot, to clearing the trees, everyone just wants to make sure that the existing stand of trees there will actually survive as it goes through this change. So there is an alternative one here. This would be the same recommendation from the PAC that you saw last time with all the previous conditions that were presented, but this would be an added condition. The condition states that prior to the issuance of a building and/or development permit, the applicant submits a tree clearing plan prepared by a qualified professional, example landscape architect, arborist, or other, that shows how clearing will occur and provides recommendations to help ensure the remaining stand of trees can survive. So that would be an added condition if council chooses, in addition to the other conditions. And just a note again on the vote, given the petition that was submitted by the residents, it does meet a threshold in the Community Planning Act that 1/3 of the owners within 100 meters of the land have objected to this proposal. So a majority of the whole vote of council is required if council needs to approve this project. That vote only kicks in at third reading of the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Conseiller Bourgeois.
J'ai des questions. Est-ce que vous cherchez quelqu'un pour...
I have questions. Were you hoping to have a resolution first? I don't want to do the resolution. Can I have a mover and a seconder?
So go ahead, Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame la Maire. Merci beaucoup, Josh.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you very much, Josh. The patience and interest that residents have shown is interesting, and it's unfortunate that people can't have a preparatory session before we come back because it becomes a little bit anchored.
Biggest concern, my biggest request, did the developer meet with the residents to try to find a compromise?
I don't believe the developer has met with the residents in the last 2 weeks.
Is the developer here?
I believe they are, yeah.
Could you confirm or infirm whether or not you met with the residents?
Good evening, everyone. Earlier today, we met with two representatives of the neighborhood group.
Something's going on here.
I just want to confer with legal here, and we are outside of the public hearing. Is it permitted for council? Because again, if they're asking the proponent, then there's also the opponents, right?
Correct. Yeah, this would be the public hearing has been closed. This is the opportunity for council to debate. You can ask questions of administration, but not of the proponent or the objectors.
Okay, I asked Josh, so I'll repeat the question. To your knowledge, do you know if the developer met with the residents?
I don't believe they have, no.
I think the developer just said he did. So am I mistaken or what's going on?
I'm not aware. It could be.
I know, but I can only ask you. Apparently I cannot ask the developer. So I'm a little bit disappointed here as to how this process I understand it's a legal one and that you're sort of bound in a corner, but we delayed this to get more information. You got more information. And if we go ahead with the premise that the developer did meet with the residents, I think that would feed our decision-making process. So I don't know, how do we proceed here? Because I think if they did meet, that would be valid information, wouldn't it? Could you confer with the developer then? Is that what the solution is? So that I can ask you?
Was there a meeting? Getting a head shake, yes. Like, I don't know, I was not involved in any meeting that the developer would have had with the residents, so, you know, I do not know.
I know, and it's not to you, but we're trying to find a solution here and we don't have all the information. So, you know, I'm leaning towards alternative one or making an amendment on what the substance of alternative one, which is basically the motion plus a condition. So I'd like to make that condition on the basis that it pleases both parties. But if I don't know if it pleases both parties, and council doesn't know either, it would really be so easy for us to make that amendment. Any legal advice on how to proceed to get the information other than asking staff to confer with the developer whether or not the meeting did take place and whether or not alternative one or the substance of alternative one would provide a compromise solution?
I can only speak to the process and how the process that we need to follow, and we have already closed the public hearing. So it's, you know, I think it really calls into question the fairness of the process if we start asking one party to this questions and not allow the other parties to have the same opportunity to provide comments.
What are the other parties? They would be the residents.
Correct.
Okay, so can I ask Josh to go confer with the residents? Most of them are here to see, and if both of them say thumbs up, then the amendment and the motion carries. I'm not trying to be too simplified of a legal process. I understand this binding legal process, but I think we have a solution. But okay, I'll just propose the amendment to the motion, assuming that there was a meeting and that the two parties agreed that the amendment would.
Conseiller Bourgeois, un instant, s'il vous plaît. Point of order. Go ahead, Councilor.
Yeah, I have a point of order. I don't know if we're dealing with the same thing. When I read this, I'm looking at, are we changing the bylaw to allow 6 stories or are we staying with 3 stories? That's,
the motion says 6 stories.
yeah, but what I'm saying is, but that's the bylaw that we're dealing with. We're not dealing with who talked to who here. It's still the bylaw. Are we changing the bylaw? Are we changing to 6 stories or are we going to leave it with 3?
Approves the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. That's the motion that was made, right?
Yeah, but but I guess when I'm saying, we're not dealing with the people, the developers or the owners of the properties close by. We're dealing with this bylaw. That's the way I look at it.
Yes, and I explained rather clearly that I would like to add the substance of alternative one, which would be an amendment to the motion that is before us. Maybe I didn't explain it sufficiently.
Well, you did explain it. I'm just looking at it as that, there's a bylaw that says 3 stories or 6, they want to get to 6 stories.
I'm okay with the bylaw. I'm okay with the motion. I just want to add an amendment. And it has nothing to do with the 6 stories, 3 stories.
But I guess that, to me, that's what we're supposed to be talking about, the 3 stories or the 6 stories.
And that is the motion. I'm making an amendment. But the motion was moved and seconded?
No.
Oh.
No motion has been made.
I'm sorry, I thought it was. That's why you gave me the floor.
Non, il y en a pas de motion.
Pas de motion à ce point-ci.
There is no motion that has been moved so far.
Have a motion on the floor before we have questions. I'm sorry. I apologize. Procedural rule says we need a motion. Okay. Then in that case, I am assuming that there was a meeting and that the parties had agreed, so I will move alternative 1.
Do I have a seconder for Conseiller Jard? Oui? Oui. Donc, la motion est appuyée. Comment?
So we have a seconder here.
Questions ou on peut aller à
Conseiller Bourgeois, are you done with your questions or can we move forward?
Residents understand that if we go ahead with the motion that was originally presented might produce a worse result than what you could achieve. So this motion as amended would give you better protection. If I'm wrong, I'm apologizing, but I think that's the best solution. Merci, Madame la Maire.
Bon. Donc, Conseiller Léger.
Councillor Léger.
Just wanted some clarification, Josh. So you know how you show the photograph that where you could position the 6-story building adjacent to St. George Boulevard? But that building where it sits now would be, you were saying it was a matter of right, correct? You were saying you could do that now, but you couldn't do it unless this is rezoned to R3.
That's correct.
So it's kind of sort of misleading. In other words, if we don't rezone this that way, that 6-story can't go there.
So yeah, there was 2 slides, right? One was the as of right with the suburban commercial, and it shows what 6 stories can go next to like any typical R1A zone within the city, not specific.
But you
to
couldn't
this.
put that building on the current suburban commercial size.
Not up to 6 stories.
At this, so you need to have it rezoned in order to do that.
Correct, yeah.
And so just clarification, because that was kind of alluding to, well, then it doesn't matter what you decide, the 6-story can go there anyway. So I just wanted to have some clarification so that I understand. I think in the future, maybe some more clarity on that, as opposed to anyway, the way it was presented. So unless it's rezoned, nothing can happen on this. So what can happen on this? If we were to say we weren't going to rezone it, okay, and we were going to say no, it's denied tonight, so it starts again. Can you explain to me, maybe bringing up your presentation again, what might? And by the way, I'm not suggesting that's what we're doing, but I just want to have a better understanding so that I'm clear as to what can go there if we were not to rezone it, or is it, no, it has to be rezoned, it has to come back to a new council?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, within the suburban commercial zone, the intended use, the residential care facility, multiple unit dwellings, they're both permitted in the suburban commercial zone.
Okay.
There are also permitted uses in the R3 zone.
Okay.
The R3 zone typically allows up to 6 stories.
Okay.
The suburban commercial zone typically allows up to 4 stories.
Okay.
When you have a lot that is directly abutting R1A, which in this case today they are, the height of the residential uses is limited to 3 stories. But the height of the commercial uses is not limited at all. So it can proceed to 4 stories on the suburban commercial zone. So essentially that R3 portion that you see, like the parking lot, there's an area of trees as well. If a new lot was subdivided away so that it's not fronting, kind of like what I showed in this picture. So this is, and there was a pretty, I think, lengthy note in the report that this is only showing, what's possible if the rezoning to R3 is approved.
Yep.
But essentially, if we just went to R3, right, and we said, okay, R3 as of right, which is 3 stories, but then a new lot gets created here, nothing's changed with the zoning, but all of a sudden that new lot can build to 6 stories as of right.
If it's big enough in R3.
And it would be big enough.
And it would be big enough to build. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Okay. So that's good. Just for clarity.
Yeah.
I think, this, I mean, in the future, there needs to be a better process, because what currently happens is you spend a number of months, as you pointed out, going through the proposal that comes to you from the developer. And the first time that the neighborhood hears about it is following first reading here in council chambers, when then for the next 30 days, there's a notice to all the residents in the community, guess what, this is happening. And so perhaps the new council can take a look at a process that's different so that, we get better proposals when everyone is aware of what's going on. I will compliment People Park Tower for sending out notices last week outlining another project that they have, which are houses that they own that they feel that at this point have reached the end of life. They didn't have to do that, but I applaud them for doing that, and I think it'll be a better communication with the network, with the neighborhood, and there's more collaboration. So, I apologize if we've been hard on you and others. I think that the bottom line is at the final hour, we're trying to figure things out. I do think, truthfully, and I say this on record, that the L-shaped proposal that came up with 4 stories rather than 3, with 73 units of housing rather than 65. Not so sure about your $150 to $200 per square foot for underground garage. I think there are indications that recent bills were much lower than that. Bottom line is, there could have been a really, I think, even greater housing made possible, but we won't get there. That we're not talking about that now, and that ship has sailed. But in any event, I want to personally thank the residents who spent a lot of time. They really did do a lot. I hope that with the amendment that and there seems to be that willingness. I really feel deep down that People Park Tower and the whole group want to be good neighbors, and so therefore I think having the arborist trying to figure out what trees we can keep and how we can kind of make this happen will be a good thing. So I just wanted to mention that, but the process really, we need to have a better process, and I thought we began somewhat, and we've made some movement forward when we now put a sign on the property indicating we're going to rezone, but I think we can go beyond that, which the more people are involved, the less there are in terms of surprises and the better the projects are. So anyway, I just wanted to personally say that I appreciate the work that the developer's done and that you've done, and that and all of the difficult questions that you face from us, but I appreciate your understanding and understanding the residents that these decisions are tough, and at the end of the day, we'll do what we can to make this the best possible approach. So, merci. Thank you.
Merci, Conseiller Léger. Conseiller Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Josh, and to everybody that's here. I guess, to me, I don't see anything different from the first time that you brought it to us. There's an alternative or an amendment or an alternative number 1, but I don't see too much different. To me, it still comes down to, do we change this bylaw to let 3 stories go from 3 to 6? I don't know what the discussion was between the residents and the developer, and I guess we're not going to find out here. So putting that all aside, that I don't know what they've said, I won't be supporting it. It's still going against our bylaw that's supposed to be 3 stories. Now, if it gets defeated and they want to come back and say, hey, listen, we sat down as a group and we've decided that, yeah, we can go with this, they can always come back to the next council. But I think that we're opening up something here that, is People Park Towers a great organization? Absolutely. This is not about People Park Towers. It's not about the residents. It's about a bylaw that says in this area, you can only go 3 stories. And, you can come with a lot of reasoning why you should do it. But at the very end, it's still only supposed to be 3 stories. So I will not be supporting going forward. Now, if at the next council, if somebody came back and if I was lucky enough to be here and they had a different approach of what they're going to do. But, at this deadline, I find it very hard for council to change their mind because there's nothing new that came from the last meeting. So I'll leave it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Merci. Other questions? I don't see any, so we will go to the vote, which is electronic.
Kyle, can, Diane, can we take down the vote, please, so that we can bring up what with the amendment? We can bring up the vote. It's right there. The motion fails, correct? No, we needed 6 votes, correct?
So sorry about that. Yeah, with the majority of the whole requirement, 6 votes is required. However, the majority of the whole vote only kicks in at the 3rd reading of the bylaw. So it will pass this vote, it will pass 2nd reading, and it's only at the 3rd reading by title does the majority of the whole vote kick in. The 3rd reading is later on in the agenda, I believe.
Yeah, 3rd reading will be later on in the agenda.
Yeah. Thank you.
Est-ce que ça a passé? Oui. Ça a passé.
Jusqu'au 3e. Next,
It is passed up to the 3rd reading.
Je vois pas les lumières. Oui,
I'm not seeing the lights. Councillor Richard, go ahead. Go ahead. My apologies. Thank you, Your Worship. As this is my last municipal council meeting from my first mandate, I would like to take a moment to reflect.
A learning curve, understanding policies, municipal government, and yes, even working through a 500-plus page budget binder. But along the way, I had incredible support from fellow councilors and city staff, and I'm truly grateful for that. Au cours des 5 dernières années, je suis fier des progrès.
In the last 5 years, I'm proud of the progress we've accomplished together. We made the Vision Lands project move forward. We've also done stage 2 of the recreation plan, and we've also worked to improve downtown.
Or stop me to share their concerns or ideas. I've always said I'm a good listener, and I believe that matters because sometimes people simply want to be heard. I want to thank my colleagues around the room, our dedicated city staff, and especially my wife for her patience and support through my many hours spent preparing, attending meetings, and being out in the community. I'd also like to acknowledge members of council who will not be returning. Your time, commitment, and service to our community have made a real difference. Je tiens à remercier tout particulièrement la maire adjointe Thériault.
I'd like to thank the Mayor, Thériault. Her experience, her leadership, and her commitment have left a mark on this council and on the city of Moncton.
And I'm incredibly thankful for the trust residents have placed in me. Pour l'avenir, j'espère que les gens continueront
For the future, I hope people will continue to be proud of the city they live in, that they will feel safe, and that Moncton will continue to grow as a city where people want to live. It's been an honor for me to be a municipal council for Ward 4. I'm proud of the work that we've done. And now that the electoral campaign is underway, I am grateful for the path I've traveled so far, and I look forward to continue to serve Ward 4 and the city of Moncton.
For the journey so far and ready to continue serving Ward 4 and the city of Moncton. Thank you. Merci.
Merci, conseiller Richard. Conseillère Edgett.
Thank you, Councillor Richard. Conseillère Edgett. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the opportunity to speak because today is a very special day for me as well. It is the last time that I will be here at council, just like Her Worship and Councillor LeBlanc. I wanted to share a little bit about my experience. I wanted to share some comments as well. As I look back on the last 10 years.
The highlights of my time in office, which is 2 terms, 5 years each, dating back to 2016. In the same year that I was elected, Dawn Arnold made history as the first woman to hold this position of mayor here in Moncton. As mayor, she brought positive changes through her leadership. She championed public engagement, environmental sustainability, and bilingualism, and guided us during a period of rapid growth. She envisioned a vibrant, inclusive community. When council began their mandate in 2016, they took on a big burden, a big responsibility. It was the promise to bring a set amount of new investment into the downtown center as a result of the opening of the Avenir Center. At a time when all anyone wanted to talk about, you will recall, was the lack of parking downtown. Our mayor at the time was someone who thought outside the box, and it was determined after various studies and changes to parking regulations and transit that there was, in fact, an adequate amount of parking spaces to accommodate large crowds. This was first proven in 2018 when we welcomed our first concert to the Avenir Center. You may recall it was Keith Urban. All of a sudden, the no parking complaints subsided, and we moved on to the bigger goal, which was of attracting more commercial and residential properties downtown. We have now met this original goal and exceeded it with new investment. We also met our other goal in 2018 when the Avenir Center opened, and that we were reminded on many occasions by Dawn and also Jack McDonald that we did it on budget, on time, and we were very proud of that. Dawn was very intent in the beginning of her mandate to implement a code of conduct for Moncton Council, long before other councils tackled this. It was not an easy buy-in, and there were many long discussions and a lot of negative votes. And finally, it was put through. It took another year or more to have council agree to a third-party investigator process for the complaint procedures, which has been put into effect several times over these years, and I thank Dawn for that. Dawn brought collaboration to council table. There was one premier who never actually made a visit to Moncton City Hall. However, the subsequent premiers, being Premier Higgs and Premier Holt, arrived in Moncton very soon after they were elected. The tri-community is another example of where collaboration and communication is strong. Many aspects of our municipal government relies on collaboration, whether it is our policing authority, federal and provincial elected officials, our school boards, health boards, and of course sewer and water services. All require us as the largest partner to lead the way, and I'm very proud of these achievements over the past decade. Dawn brought transparency to council with weekly Facebook updates and summaries. She used social media to meet residents where they were at, and it worked. People knew her as their mayor of Moncton. Whether they met in a gathering, in a mosque, a synagogue, or a church, or even a cultural or religious festival, she was there to engage with all Monctonians, young and old, many of whom were and are our new Canadians. She was a key advocate for our new residents and went above and beyond to ensure they were not only welcomed, but provided support and integration into the community. She also took every opportunity to emphasize how important a part of the community newcomers are and what they bring to our culture and the economy. Yes, she presided over the fastest growing census metropolitan area in Canada and did all she could to make everyone feel welcome. During her time, there were other initiatives such as Moncton's Big Idea Contest for grade 4 students, the establishment of the Youth and Senior Advisory Committees, giving those groups a seat at the table, which has led to more initiatives which we saw this evening. She was a champion for active transportation and public transportation, and she did not only advocate for it, she walked the talk. The active transportation committee plan was completed. It certainly set an example for all, and so did Dawn. She rode her bike to and from work and to meetings from May to November each and every year. We are following her lead, and now our city is doing more and more to increase the number of bike lanes and bike trails. Moncton has been an advocate for housing, having taken on that challenge when we provided $6 million to Rising Tide in this last term. It was a bold move for a municipality, but again, we were determined to look outside the box for solutions. We continue to participate in the Housing Accelerator Fund and rapid housing initiatives in order to build needed housing faster. These are a few of my thoughts as I end my term with council. I have had the good fortune to live, work, and play in this great city for a long time. I believe we live in an extraordinary community which will continue to grow its cultural richness. I'm very grateful for the opportunity the resident voters of Ward 4 gave me, and it has been a pleasure to work with outstanding leadership team. As I look around the room at Jeff, Isabel, Kevin, Jacques, Nick, Aine, Alexandre, Shelley, of course, and our manager, Serge. You all care so much for our city and our residents, and it is very, very important what you do. You work very hard to make Moncton the best place to live. The city has certainly benefited from how well you work together, as none of what I have mentioned would have been possible without you. Now we are anxiously awaiting the results of next week's vote. I am feeling extremely positive about the candidates, particularly the fact that we have 5 women who are running in each of the 4 wards and 1 at large. J'ai manqué la chance de voter pour Kate Doyle.
I missed the chance to vote for Kate Doyle in September 2024. This was a vote for the Municipal Plan Committee. Unfortunately, at that time, I was out of the country and I did not have the possibility of voting. I will say that this time I will not miss my chance and vote for her.
In Ward 1, we have Reem Fayyad. In Ward 2, we have Kristen Kavukian. In Ward 3, we have Juliana Much. In Ward 4, we have Kate Doyle. And at large, we have Anna Larad. Reem, Kristen, Juliana, Kate, and Anna are excellent candidates. They warrant your consideration and your vote. They are young, capable, energetic candidates who want to make a difference in our community and who will bring diversity and inclusion to the council table. And so with that, I say adieu. Good luck. I really enjoyed my experience and all the best in the future. Thank you.
Conseiller Bourgeois.
Councillor Bourgeois. Thank you, Your Worship.
City of Moncton Supervisor for Water Distribution and Wastewater Collection. She was recently awarded the McNabb Award, established in 1957 by the Atlantic Canada Water and Wastewater Association. The award is presented annually to a member of the ACWWA for outstanding service to the association. In addition, Julie has been an important part of the city's water utility and has enhanced our water and wastewater systems for many years. So the next time you open the tap or flush the toilet, think of Julie. Félicitations, Julie, et merci pour ton travail.
Congratulations, Julie, and thank you for your exceptional work. Now I'd like to thank a few colleagues who are leaving. First, Dawn Arnold, the first female mayor that we were not able to celebrate appropriately. Thank you very much. Then Susan Edgett, who has been in Ward 4 since 2016. Thank you. Furthermore, Monique Leblanc for her commitment to the city and its citizens. I'd like to underscore her exceptional work within the Committee of Crime Reduction that's presenting its report this evening. She contributed to it greatly. I would also like to thank my colleagues Sean Kronsman and Charles Léger. One of them, or maybe both of them, will no longer be members of the Municipal Council after 14 years of service. I've appreciated working with you from 2012 to 2016 and also since 2021. I wish you good luck next week. And then I'd like to thank my dear colleague, Paulette Theriault. We are the last of the class of 2008. We were seated side by side 18 years ago, excited to contribute to our city. I think we've worked well together since 2008, even though we didn't always agree on each issue. But as you know, our exchanges have allowed us to make better decisions. It pinches my heart to see you go. Who is going to defend heritage with as much passion? I think you can retire knowing that you did an exceptional job in integrating heritage and the arts in our corporate DNA. Thank you so much. Your legacy will continue to inspire us all. I will miss your class, your tact, and your diplomacy, as well as your wisdom and wise advice. Even if I didn't always follow your advice, my apologies for that. I hope we will be able to meet for coffee from time to time like we've done since 2008. Thank you, dear Paulette, and good luck with your next endeavors. Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois.
Conseiller Kingston, allez-y.
Councillor Kingston, you have the floor.
Best of luck in future projects. In Fière Acadienne, Paulette, it was great.
My dear, proud Acadian Paulette, it's been a pleasure to work with you.
The election's coming next week. To Councillor Edgett as well, much luck and lots of fun in future projects. Monique Leblanc, there's Monique there. Monique, beaucoup de succès avec tes projets dans le futur.
Monique, good luck in your future endeavors.
5 years, and I know it'll be a new mandate plus a new mayor coming up on the in mid-May to mid-June, but I'm sure we'll be working all together if I'm to continue here. Paulette, merci beaucoup. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Paulette. Monique, would you like to say a word? It's our last meeting. Turn on your mic.
C'est ça? Oui, ces 5 années.
Yes, these last 5 years have been wonderful. I've learned so many things. I worked at the provincial level before, and cities are an entirely different animal. I saw how things work. There's ups and downs, and also the staff.
Et puis, oui, c'est à peu près ça que j'ai.
And that's really what I have to say. I am retiring from politics after 11 years, and I will miss you. I will miss all of you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Monique.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? If not, I would like to say a few words. Donc, après 18 ans à titre de
After 18 years as counselor of Ward 1 in Moncton, I will be retiring. Tonight is the end of an important period in my professional life.
and their encouragement. La politique municipale est vraiment le premier niveau de la démocratie.
Municipal politics is the first level of democracy, and this facilitates participation, whether it be within your community or around this table.
Opportunity to agree to disagree and to recognize that everyone has the right and responsibility to speak and bring forward plans and suggestions. Ce soir, je veux surtout remercier les
Tonight, I especially wish to thank my colleagues for your support and your patience. Whether we agree or not, we all think about the well-being of our city, and that is why we are here. I would also like to say that I get the impression here that I'm leaving a family. For some of you, it's been over 14 years that we've been working together.
Sometimes there were harmonious moments, and at times we appeared not so harmonious. Mais merci à vous quand même. Une expérience que je garderai toujours.
Thank you, nevertheless. I will always hold this experience in high regard, and I also especially wish to thank staff. You are all so important to our city, and I hope that tonight you can leave this room proud, and please never forget how important you are.
Who is the one, along with the mayor, who sets the tone for the success of council planning and leadership? Serge, tu as su me rassurer et me
Serge, you were there to reassure me and to guide me in a period of transition that was filled with challenges and surprises. And I would like to thank you for your support. And I also want to thank Shelley, our clerk. Again, thank you so much. I really appreciated working with you. I would also like to add, as Councillor Edgett mentioned, I also have great memories of my years with the Mayor Arnold. Don Arnold is somebody who I had the opportunity to work with for a long time, outside of council as well. And I really feel privileged tonight. And I thank all of you. Thank you. Thank you again.
Non. We will now take a break, a health break. Merci.
Just two-
Je m'attendais pas à ça.
2 minutes.
La réunion. On va continuer, je devrais dire.
Item 9.1 is a recommendation from private meeting of Moncton City Council, February 9th, 2026. Moncton City Council at its private meeting of February 9th, 2026 reports that the agenda for the private meeting of February 9th, 2026 was adopted and recommends the following: that Moncton City Council approve administration's recommendations to assign its event and general admission ticketing services for the Moncton Coliseum, Magnetic Hill Zoo, and Resurgo Place, plus other City of Moncton venues hosting major events as required to Legends Global for a 3-year term as an addition to the City of Moncton's existing ticketing services agreement for the Avenir Center, and that the deputy clerk, or that the deputy mayor and the city clerk be authorized to execute all necessary documents and affix the corporate seal thereto. The background on this is that the contract for the provision of hosted ticketing services has recently expired. Following extensive internal discussions with stakeholder departments regarding the city's current and future events and general admissions ticketing requirements, the decision was made to approach Legends Global, formerly SMG Canada, ASM Global, the current operator of the Avenir Center, to submit a proposal for the city's consideration to provide hosted ticketing services for all City of Moncton facilities in addition to the Avenir Center. If approved, this would be an amendment to the existing contract between the City of Moncton and Legends Global.
Merci. We have a motion. Councillor Butler, do you wish to move? Councillor Léger, did you wish a second? C'est beau. Donc, go ahead with the question.
Thank you. Just a question, maybe just for clarification. We know a lot of what the pushback related to Ticketmaster is. So maybe my understanding is that this system will allow us to have a better profile, perhaps. Maybe Shane, would you just to clarify, in other words, that it's not the same as a large concert and so on, where you're going to have tickets being turned over at higher prices and so on. This is mainly for efficiency.
Sorry, it's on. Your worship, members of council. Thanks for your question, Councillor. Yes, it's definitely efficiency and the ability to market all of our venues in one setting. So easier for people coming into the city to attend, that want to attend events, also easier for citizens. And yes, you are correct. We were able to negotiate a better fee structure than people are used to seeing with, large outdoor shows or indoor shows and things like that for those specific venues, as mentioned by the city clerk. So, we're comfortable. This is a great agreement, and we get the opportunity to test this and see some actual results, and then come back to council with those results. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Merci.
Merci, Councillor Léger. I don't see any other questions. We have a motion that's been moved and seconded. We'll go to the electronic vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
The next item is the recommendations for private meeting of Moncton City Council of April 13, 2026. The second motion that I will be reading into the record is the one that was omitted to be added to that memo for council's information. The first item is that Moncton City Council authorize the City of Moncton to enter into an agreement of purchase and sale with Generations Commercial Real Estate Fund GP Inc. and Generations Commercial Real Estate Fund Limited to acquire a portion of PID 70396502 required for the widening of Mountain Road near Mount Pleasant Road to accommodate a longer left turning lane onto Hildegard Drive for the northbound traffic, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to execute all documents necessary to complete the purchase transaction and affix the corporate seal of the City of Moncton thereto. that Moncton City Council authorizes the City of Moncton to enter into an agreement of purchase and sale with Guy LeBlanc Investments Limited to acquire a portion of PID 01019108 required for the widening of Mountain Road near Mount Pleasant Road to accommodate a longer left-turning lane onto Hildegard Drive for the neighborhood traffic, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to execute all documents necessary to complete the purchase transaction and to affix the corporate seal of the City of Moncton thereto, that Moncton City Council authorize the City of Moncton to enter into an agreement of purchase and sale with Merchants Bank Development Limited to acquire a portion of PID 00938043 required for the widening of Mountain Road near Mount Pleasant Road to accommodate a longer left-turning lane onto Hildegard Drive for the northbound traffic, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to execute all documents necessary to complete the purchase transaction and to affix the corporate seal of the City of Moncton thereto. Furthermore, if the purchase and sale of the portions of PID 70396502, 01019108, and 00938043 proves unsuccessful, A, that Moncton City Council authorize and direct administration to commence expropriation proceedings to obtain the necessary land described above, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and affix the corporate seal to any and all documentations related thereto, and B, that Moncton City Council authorizes administration, City of Moncton employees, or duly authorized agent to enter upon the property for purposes authorized under the Expropriation Act, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and affix the corporate seal to any of the documents related thereto, that once acquired, Moncton City Council authorized the City of Moncton to enter into an agreement with Generations Commercial Real Estate Fund GP Inc. and Generation Commercial Real Estate Fund Limited, Guy LeBlanc Investments Limited, and Merchant Bank Development Limited regarding the use of the city-acquired property. Background on this, that the City of Moncton will be executing works as part of the city's capital works program associated with Mountain Road Improvement Project 2020 in 2026. The project involves the widening of Mountain Road and realigning of approximately 100 meters of Mount Pleasant Road to accommodate a longer left-turning lane onto Hildegard Drive for northbound traffic. It is also contemplates the installation of a retaining wall and parking lot modifications on private property.
Councillor Steve, do you wish to move the recommendation? Councillor Butler, do you wish to second?
Yes.
Go ahead with the question, please.
It's not a question, it's just a statement that I'm so happy to see this coming along. We had been speaking with engineering for a while about this, and it's really going to help the traffic in the north end, especially around Hildegard Mountain. The only thing that I'd ask is maybe Rennie, you could provide me. We're going to reset the lights. That if we make the lane longer, we're going to let them go through the arrow a little bit longer. Also, there's no sense of. I'm just wondering about the lights at Hildegard Mountain. We spend all this money. I'd just like to know there's a few more cars going to get a chance to go through the arrow.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Butler. We'll definitely look at the timing signal. Just one thing to be mindful of is whenever we add, time to a certain light, it adds to the entire cycle of the light. So those are things that we have to be mindful of.
Yep.
But it's definitely going to help even if we don't change that phasing, because as we mentioned in the presentation, this is now blocking traffic from continuing down Mountain Road. So
Absolutely.
we'll definitely look at that.
It's a great idea, and do you have any idea when it will start this year?
I don't have that with me. I know it's a later tender. It hasn't been tendered yet. So we're looking more like of a July and August construction timeframe.
August would be better instead of hitting it right in the middle of tourist season, but yeah, for sure. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you coming forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame la Maire. Just want to know, are we voting on this? Is there any difference between what we received today and what was in our documents for the weekend?
For that motion, no. The second motion that I'm going to be reading into the record was omitted.
Was a
on my-
modification.
yes.
Okay, so first one's intact,
First is
second one's modified.
perfect.
Thank you. Merci, Madame le maire.
Il n'y a pas d'autres questions. We'll go to the vote. Electronic vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
The next is that Moncton City Council, from the same meeting of April 13th, that Moncton City Council direct administration to not bring forward a shared e-micromobility licensing bylaw until the province of New Brunswick has made the necessary amendments to the Motor Vehicle Act for the regulation and safe use of e-micromobility devices such as e-scooters and e-bikes, and further directs administration to enforce current city bylaws to prevent the carrying on of such business on city property. The backgrounder on this is this item was presented at this Committee of the Whole meeting of September 2025, at which time Council passed the following motion: that Moncton City Council give first reading to the proposed bylaw L925, a bylaw relating to the regulation and licensing of shared micromobility businesses. That Moncton City Council direct administration upon the province of New Brunswick adopting legislation and regulations on e-scooters and e-bikes to develop a long-term plan on the implementation of a Moncton strategy on e-micromobility. This motion did not proceed to council for ratification. The New Brunswick Motor Vehicle Act currently lacks standards and regulations regarding micromobility, e-scooters, and e-bike devices. Numerous Canadian provinces and territories seem to have created or amended legislation to impose clear regulations and standards. Provincial legislation would impose province-wide regulations to all e-scooters and e-bike users, including those privately owned and those owned by shared micromobility businesses, as it relates to minimum age requirements, helmet speeding, and other traffic regulations which fall outside of the local governance authority. In addition, the Deputy Mayor, on behalf of the City of Moncton, sent an advocacy letter to the Attorney General of New Brunswick requesting amendments to the Motor Vehicle Act to provide clear regulations of micromobility devices, examples, scooters and e-bikes.
Si, Councillor Léger, do you wish to move?
So I wish to move a motion, but I'm going to move a motion that Moncton City Council direct administration to move forward on shared micromobility licensing. And I'd like to offer the reason why. So that would, and the rest of the motion remains.
Okay, c'est beau. So you're making an amendment.
So the amendment is the Moncton City Council direct administration to move forward on a shared e-micromobility licensing bylaw until the and so on. So we move forward with it?
C'est beau, merci. Do I have a seconder? Conseiller Bourgeois?
No.
No? Do I have a second? Conseiller Crossman? Do you wish to second that? No. Conseiller Butler?
I'll second it so we can discuss it because I think it's very important.
Thank you. Donc, Conseiller Léger?
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to read an explanation that we received from the CAO. And so I'll read this so that it puts it in perspective. So the intention of staff was, so back in September 2025, the Committee of the Whole recommendation was to draft a licensing bylaw. And then, and the intention of what was brought forward privately with this item was not to debate the council's direction with full review of the file and material, but simply to explain to council certain changes that were made in the draft bylaw with respect to insurance, liability, and to update council on the province's position with respect to our request, which was mentioned in the background, to our request for amendments to the Motor Vehicle Act. Council's direction, which is what we're dealing with tonight, essentially leaves us where we were last summer. Rental businesses are not permitted to leave their devices for rent on city property, streets, sidewalks, grassy medians. Users are still permitted to ride them on our property in accordance with the provincial legislation currently non-existent and city bylaws. Undoubtedly, this will have a significant impact on the rental business operation. However, the companies last year did have at least some arrangement with private property owners to carry on their business on city property. From an enforcement perspective, similar to last year, our community officer team, bylaw enforcement, will work with businesses, business operators to advise them of council's decision and how it impacts their business. To be clear, enforcement will largely be on a compliant-driven basis, and our officers, through routine patrols, if they see significant issues with scooters blocking sidewalks, driveways, etc., then they will act. Should violations occur, the city will first contact the owners to address the issues. However, multiple infractions will result in administrative penalties being issued. In administration's view, the draft bylaw with updated insurance requirements would provide a balance to allow this service to operate while also encouraging the safety of users and the general public, especially given the lack of provincial regulation. Without a licensing bylaw, the city is taking a largely hands-off approach to how these companies operate, including such matters as setting minimum rental age requirements, encouraging helmet use, setting geofencing parameters for areas where e-scooters should not be driven and where they should have reduced speed requirements, and setting insurance standards and indemnification for the city in the event of a legal claim for personal injustice or property damage. The alternative approved by council, it really protects the city, but it ignores the issues that we're having with e-scooters. And in my opinion, this is not the direction to go. So therefore, I feel that the bylaw should exist and we should work with the operators of e-scooters and give the tools required to our staff to work on finding solutions that protect citizens. So that's the background, and that's why I moved the amendment as such. Thank you.
Merci. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame la Maire. J'allais faire un commentaire sur...
Thank you very much. I had a quick comment to make with regard to the first proposal, the initial motion that we had for ratification, but I can save that for the end.
Because I'm not an expert in grammar, but it doesn't make logical sense anymore that Moncton City Council direct administration to bring forward a shared e-micromobility licensing bylaw until the province of New Brunswick has made the necessary amendments. Until doesn't seem to fit when you say to move something. There's something wrong with that sentence, so I'm not quite sure. Do we bring forward a share even if the province has made, or unless the province is, it just, so anyways, maybe Councillor Lejac can think about that for a second, because I'm not sure what that motion means as it is grammatically structured now. My question was about the original motion, but it probably applies to the new motion if that's the one we're going with. I always understood, and this is legal advice, and I'm not sure if but I think in the discussion we had was that if we do regulate it without provincial legislation framework underneath, we would be opening the city to liability issues. Am I correct?
I can't speak to liability publicly, but the issue is, and this may help resolve some of the motion also. There are certain things that we, as a municipality, can regulate with respect to micromobility, but there are certain things that the province, in our province and in other jurisdictions where we've seen provincial legislation enacted, there are certain areas where the province should step in to act. So the wording of the initial motion made sense where we did not want, we weren't going to move forward with a bylaw until the province did their part, and then we could react to that. I'm not sure it's still necessary here. So I mean, it's up to Councillor Legier. It's his motion, but that motion could probably stop after the word licensing bylaw.
Yeah, exactly, because the until leaves the rest of the sentence doesn't quite make sense, but, okay, so personally, I would like to have e-bikes and cycles and everything else, but do we have a liability? Maybe you can't answer it, but somebody who rents these facilities and uses our sidewalks and our streets, I guess it's a question of enforcement. If they don't respect the Motor Vehicle Act, they don't wear a helmet, they exceed speeds, they ride on sidewalks. What does that, I guess, mean if we go forward with a bylaw that we may not be able to enforce?
Keep in mind, this is just a licensing bylaw. It's not a bylaw that regulates the users. It's just a bylaw that will regulate the companies.
Okay,
And put
so
certain.
the use is under the Motor Vehicle Act.
It would be, but it's not there right now.
Yeah, okay.
Right? So it's, yeah.
So just the licensing. Thank you. Merci, Madame la Maire.
Ah, donc, qu'est-ce qu'on fait avec la motion? Conseiller Léger, allez-y.
So what are we doing with the motion? Councillor Lejar, go ahead.
Council direct administration to move forward on a shared micromobility licensing bylaw, period. Yeah, all right. I didn't see it above my head, but sorry. Yes. But also, one of the things that I highlighted, although there was a lot that I was reading, is from my understanding, there have been negotiations among the companies or discussions, and those things do include, things like looking at a variety of different ways to encourage helmet use, whether whether the helmet is attached and they can't use it without the helmet. The geofencing parameters allows scooters to go some places and they can't go other places. Then there's also the maintaining certain speed requirements. There's a whole bunch of things. The sense is that the companies really would like this to be an option for citizens who we see are using them. And I think this is why I feel that these tools will be very helpful in terms of creating a safer environment for everyone. So thank you. Merci.
Merci, conseiller Léger. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame la Maire.
Councillor Bourgeois, thank you, Your Worship. I forgot a question.
In wheelchairs and those who use walkers, that sometimes they are using the sidewalks, which is what they're supposed to do, but an e-bike or an e-scooter is blocking the sidewalk. So how would this is sidewalk, so it would be city bylaw use, right? It wouldn't be Motor Vehicle Act? So would this bylaw deal with that kind of issue?
Yes, there'd be certain parameters around how the devices are left around this.
And there would be penalties to either the user or the
not to the user,
company?
just a licensing bylaw
Okay.
for the company. So they'd be responsible for how their
Okay.
devices are.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Madame la Maire.
C'est tout. Merci.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you. There are no other questions.
Seconder agrees with the changes. C'est beau, merci. Donc, est-ce que la motion, la motion?
Can we have the motion?
Merci, motion carried unanimously.
Item 9.3 is recommendations from the Committee of the Whole of Moncton City Council from April 27th, 2026. Moncton City Councilors Committee of the Whole meeting of April 27, 2026 is recommending the following. that Moncton City Council give direction to administration to finalize the proposed changes to the meeting procedures bylaw and public hearing policy and return to council with the final bylaw for first reading and approval of the policy at the same session where the bylaw will receive second and third reading with the following amendments, and that options be provided to council to consider, which would include recommendations from staff, and that motions defeated in private sessions be ratified publicly, and that an annual review of the procedural bylaw be conducted. The backgrounder on this: at the Committee of the Whole meeting of October 27, 2026, administration presented proposed amendments to the city's procedural bylaw for council's review and guidance as the next steps. Upon review, the document, council requested further research by administration. Council decided to postpone their decision to a future meeting, requesting additional information for their review. This matter is now brought forward before council with the requested additional information for consideration.
Merci. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that? Conseiller Bourgeois, do you wish to move?
Oui, Michel Commenta.
C'est déjà, c'est bon, merci. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Councillor Bourgeois, thank you. I think the first thing is in the backgrounder.
25.
Yes, okay, perfect. No, I'm pleased to move this, and I have 16 other amendments to propose. Just kidding. I want to thank our legal advisor, Nick Robichaud, and as well as council. This was painful, but necessary so that the incoming council will have a much easier time going through the procedures, that the rules that we have to follow in order to make the best decisions possible. So I'm very happy to support this, and I want to thank Nick Robichaud for his advice throughout this long process. And I wish the future councils good luck, but also an invitation to review the bylaw on a regular basis whenever it is needed. Merci, Madame la Maire.
Merci. I don't see any other questions. We will go to the vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
The second recommendation coming out of that meeting is that Moncton City Council adopt the 2026 subdivision development guidelines, and the backgrounder on this: following an extensive internal review process of the current guidelines by various departments, including engineering, public works, planning and development, legal, parks, and environmental planning and management, the draft guidelines were submitted to the development community developers and engineering consultants for input. As a result of this internal review and engagement sessions were held with the development community, a number of changes were made to the document and presented to council for consideration. The subdivision development guidelines were last updated in 2019, and these new updates will align the document with the latest best practices.
Merci. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Conseiller Butler, Conseiller Kingston, c'est beau. Are there any questions? There are none. We will go to the vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
The next item is recommendations from the private meeting of Moncton City Council of April 27, 2026. Moncton City Council at its special private meeting of April 27, 2026 reports that the agenda for the special private meeting of April 27, 2026 was adopted and recommends the following: that Moncton City Council approve the proposed framework for relocation of Pickleball Moncton and direct administration to continue working with Pickleball Moncton in support of next steps required to advance the project, subject to the following conditions being met prior to the release of any funds from the city. that a substantial long-term business plan be presented by Pickleball Moncton and approved by the city. A long-term lease agreement between Pickleball and the building owners be signed. Pickleball Moncton must demonstrate viability for the duration of the long-term agreement. The building must meet the National Building Codes and receive a change of use approval. Pickleball Moncton and not the city will be responsible for all necessary pickleball-related fit-ups and repairs in the building, and dedicated community hours must be built into the schedule and agreed upon by the city's recreations department. 2, that once these conditions are met, Moncton City Council approve a one-time capital contribution of up to $150,000 toward eligible fit-up costs for the new lease premises. Moncton City Council approve a 2026 operating grant of up to $50,000 to Pickleball Moncton to support continuity of service during relocation. Moncton City Council approve a 2027 operational grant of up to $75,000 and a 2028 operating grant of up to $60,000 to Pickleball Moncton. All of these funds to be paid and set aside from existing council contingency accounts, and any further year operating requests beyond 2028 be considered through the annual community grant process. And 3, and that funding agreement be entered into between Pickleball Moncton and the city, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute all necessary documents and to affix the corporate seal thereto. The backgrounder on this: Pickleball Moncton has operated out of the Curl Moncton facility since 2022. During that time, both the club and the sport have experienced significant growth. However, the current lease agreement at Curl Moncton expires on May 31st, 2026, and will not be renewed. To continue providing access to the sport in the community, Pickleball Moncton has been exploring relocation options and has identified a potential new site for its operations. The pickleball feasibility study presented at the December 1st, 2025 Public Council meeting identified pickleball as a growing sport in the community and confirmed the need for additional infrastructure to meet this demand. This project will ensure that pickleball facilities objectives as identified in the city's recreational master plan phase 2 are met earlier than anticipated.
Merci. Could I have a mover? Conseiller Léger, you wish to move. Conseiller Leblanc, you wish to second. Conseiller Bourgeois.
J'allais faire la résolution, c'est pas grave, j'ai une question.
I was going to make the resolution, but I do have a question and a comment. Est-ce que
Yes, it has. And yes, they are.
And it's okay. Okay, merci. Le commentaire, j'appuie parce que
comment is that I'm in support of this because I love the last sentence.
in the city's recreation master plan phase 2 are met earlier than anticipated. So for the growing sport that is and recreation activity that is pickleball, this is very good news. Merci, Madame le Maire.
Merci beaucoup. Conseiller Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be supporting it, but the issue I do have is that in this report in the background, it doesn't say anything that where Curl Moncton is still having a pickleball courts going. It's not, Pickleball Moncton is not going to have a place, but Curl Moncton still has pickleball at their facility. So it's not like the pickleball players are going to be thrown out in the cold here. We have to make sure that people understand that the leash was up and Curl Moncton has decided to start their own pickleball association or teams or whatever you want to call it. So the company Pickleball Moncton has decided to go someplace else and try to open up another business. Isn't that? I'll leave it to
Yeah, perhaps to offer a bit of clarification. So the lease was between Pickleball Moncton and Curl Moncton.
Yeah.
Curl Moncton opted not to renew the lease, and yes, you're correct, decided to open their own club.
Yeah.
Pickleball Moncton is still an association, and so they
Yeah.
were looking for a new option to offer pickleball within the community, and they have found one.
Yeah, I guess my, my reason for speaking is that the fact I didn't want people to think that there was no pickleball available because it's still open. And there's also pickleball in Dieppe and also in Riverview, and there's also pickleball in Irishtown. So there's, just to let everybody know, there's still lots of places to go play pickleball. So, okay, thank you.
Merci. There are no other questions. We will go to the vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
The next item is item 9.5, and it's recommendation from the Ad hoc Committee Crime Reduction. Oh,
Did I miss it, or we had a recommendation here? And is that?
9.6.
You indicated this was 9.6?
Yes,
Okay,
it'll be heard after the crime reduction.
okay, thank you.
C'est beau. Donc,
I'm not sure, Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. After our special meeting last week, we had one other meeting regards to this crime reduction. And through them conversations with Councillor Bourgeois, Legier, Councillor LeBlanc, and myself, we had decided to add Appendix A and B to it. And then when we spoke to staff, there's a lot of questions that has to be answered before we can go forward with this. Even when we look at who came forward at the committee of the whole meeting or a special meeting, we found that there are, when you do plans like this, sometimes you're trying to get it done. We had deadlines before the next council is elected. So we're looking at this, and I believe myself personally, there's so many things that we have to find out from the provincial government, from the federal government, especially the Treasury Board. Our staff has been run ragged with this, and I think it'll be up to, it's here. I think I'd like to table it for the next council so they can make the decision, because there's a lot of, it's like they were saying, people were saying tonight, there is a lot of money here involved. We put a lot of work into this, and I'm very proud of and I think even at our special meeting, people said that, it's a great starting point. Overall, it's a great report. But I think there's so many questions that has to be answered yet by staff, or staff got to find the answers to them in a very short period of time. So I think we want it to be a really good report. And to get that to be really good, I think we worked really hard on this. And again, great input from the RCMP, from bylaw, from our staff. Our staff were there every day when we had this, and it was important. But I think that now it's time that when we hear the responses, I think it's time that, even from staff, is that we take our time with this and we just table it until we get a little bit more information. And I think that's the best way to do it right now. So I'll move to table it.
thank you, Councillor Butler. Do I have a seconder to table? Councillor Leblanc.
Okay. Well, there's no.
And it's not debatable.
No, no.
Okay.
Can we put it, so to the mover and the seconder, can you put a date on the tabling so that there is some future direction on this? Thank you.
I would like to put a date on it, Councillor Crossman, but I don't want to put pressure on the next council, and I don't know who's going to be there or not. So for me to put a date on it, I'm sure that it's an important topic, and as soon as the new mayor and council gets elected, it would be brought to the front. And again, it's still up to, I'd like to leave a little bit of discretion to staff, because they've really got to do some legwork here too. So that's why I didn't put a date on it. Thank you.
Thank you. So
There's no debate.
There's no debate on the side.
c'est terminé. Merci. On go to vote. Motion carried with one nay vote. Conseiller Bourgeois. Merci.
Okay, the next is 9.6. It was asked for this to be added to the meeting this afternoon. Also, council, you will find it in eScribe probably within the next 24 hours. The recommendation is from a private meeting of Moncton City Council, February 10th, 2025. Moncton City Council at its private meeting of February 10th, 2025 reports that the agenda for the private meeting of February 10th, 2025 was adopted and recommends the following: that Moncton City Council approve additional budget authority of 2.1 million, setting the Kodiak Regional Policing Facility project and budget at $59,201,000, or $201,000, so $59,201,000. The backgrounder on this is the total project cost was originally budgeted at $57,177,130 in 2022, which included applicable net HST at 4.286%. The total project cost includes facility construction costs, professional architecture, engineering, and consulting services fees, land purchase and remediation, furniture and equipment, legal fees, and contingency funds. Given the number of unforeseen factors and expenses that have arisen, administration estimates a budget overrun of approximately 2.1 million for the overall project and is requesting council's approval to increase the cost of the project to $59,201,000.
Merci. Do I have a mover and Conseiller Léger? Do you wish to move? Oui.
Yep.
Need
Any
a
question?
seconder. Conseiller Adjut, merci. And Conseiller Léger, go ahead.
Oui, merci, Madame la Mairesse. J'ai une
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a question.
recommendation comes from February 10th, 2025. And here we are on May 4th, 2026. So what was the delay? We made the recommendation to move forward with the contingency. So what changed and what caused the delay? It's over a year, or is that a typo and it's February 10th, 2026?
No, thank you, Councillor. It's not a typo. It was in 2025. For various reasons, this is an ongoing project. We didn't want to discuss the specifics publicly just yet. The project is not fully completed even at this point. And also, money was still being spent. So it was to make sure that we would still be at this point by now. And we're still within what was approved. So we're at that point now where it can be ratified.
So just help me understand, and maybe this is legal, but why wouldn't we have ratified that right after our decision? What is it that we couldn't share with the general public? If we as council agreed to a $2.1 million approved budget authority, it doesn't mean you're spending it, but we're giving you the authority to move forward with the project. And I don't understand what the delay is. And why we couldn't be ratifying this in February of 2025.
Yes, thank you, Councillor, for some of the reasons I just explained, and so those details were shared at the private meeting, so I can't really discuss all of that
But
publicly.
I guess what I'm getting at, Elaine, and maybe I won't belabor the point, but you weren't asking us to spend the money. You were asking us for budget authority. That's different. And so why would we not have communicated that? Why did it take this long?
For reasons that I don't want to share publicly right now. It was shared at the private meeting.
But is there something I'm missing in terms of asking for a budget versus budget authority? Budget authority tells me that you have the up to that amount of money. I'm not asking you to share the details of what you're doing with the money. I'm just saying that for whatever reason you're doing that now. In any event, one thing I do want to say, because isn't a time to belabor the point, but I will say that Sherry's been extremely good in your department as well, Elaine, in terms of managing the project, and it's certainly been more complex than anyone would have ever imagined. And I think it's the second largest detachment in Canada. And so, in any event, I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Merci.
Merci, conseiller Léger, conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la maire. J'ai 3 questions. On se vante.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have 3 questions. We like to talk about the fact that the Centre Avenir was built on time and on budget. This project is not on time and it's not under budget. Is there an explanation for this? How come we have this Avenir Center that is twice as big, twice as expensive, and it was only 7-8 years ago? It respected our timelines, and somehow the police station cannot. Are there general explanations for the fact that we are late and over budget? Yes, thank you, Councillor Bourgeois. This is a very complex project with clients that have very specific needs and criteria. And that led to this taking more time than planned. So we are over budget a little bit. Given the time that we went to tender, we think that we did a very good job of controlling costs. We've seen some projects that were greenlit around COVID that have gone way over budget. So I would say that things have gone very well despite the delays. Can you remind us how much was budgeted the first time? I think this was before I arrived in 2021, but I believe that $39 million had been planned. That's in my head, but maybe I'm wrong. How did we go from 39 million to 59 million today? Because I'm going to have to answer to residents' questions about these issues.
40 million in total in that range, 40 to 42. Originally, that was in 2016, 17 in that range. So it's been obviously with the current state of finance and everything else, it increased at that since when we got the tender in 2022.
Ballpark, that's double, or not double. Would you 30?
No, I said 40.
40, sorry. Okay, so
it's
40
basically
to
about
60.
25% more.
40 to 60?
30%. They make it 40% more, 40 to 45% more. It's 57. So
What?
it's not doubled. It's
40 to 60 is 50% more, right?
Yeah, correct. Okay. Yep.
You're the accountant. Okay. All right. More practical question. Do we have a choice? What happens if we don't? Who's going to answer that one? We can't just complete a building at 92% and then say, sorry, we're over budget. Can we? What's the option here?
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, not to get into all of the details of what was discussed in the private session, but that's one of the reasons that we went for the authority before we got to this mark. So again, there was reassurance that, again, there was going to be an overspend, and we went for that authority to get that confidence, and here we stand almost at the end of the project. So if council were to say, no, we do have to pay it one way or another, we would need to probably fund it within our just our operating cash or something if we do not want that budget authority to be provided.
Because my follow-up question to Councillor Leger is if we made the decision in 2025, it would have been included in the 2026 budget? Or where did that money, the overspend of 2.1, did we have it in 2025 or did we forecast it in 26? Where's it coming from?
So the resolution, if I recall correctly, is to get budget authority. So that motion from council is good enough.
So it would start now, even if it was adopted in 2025. We would get the authority starting today or tomorrow.
Well, will need to get that approval from the borrowing board.
Yes, okay,
Yeah.
so once tomorrow morning, somebody's gonna send a letter to so it's gonna come out of the budget in 2027 or 2026?
This facility would be bonded over 20 years. So again, it's going to be that difference of 2 million bonded over 20 years.
Okay,
It will hit every budget.
so 26 or starting 27?
27.
Okay, merci. Merci, Madame la Maire.
Merci. Any other questions? So, the motion has been moved. C'est qui l'a appuyé? Okay, c'est bon. Merci. So we'll go to the vote. Motion carried with one nay vote. Councillor Crossman.
Next are reports from administration, les rapports d'administration. The first this evening is city contract number W26N07DG Humphrey Brook Trail Phase 2. The motion before council is that city contract number W26N07DG Humphreys Brook Trail Phase 2 be awarded to Eastco Construction, Inc. in the amount of $3,486,318.15, including HST, and that the budget for the project be set at $3,300,000, including net HST, engineering, and contingency. It is also recommended that a contract be drafted and that the deputy mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign said contract and affix the corporate seal of the city of Moncton.
Merci. Could I have a mover and a seconder for the motion, please? Oui, Conseiller Léger. Conseiller Leblanc, c'est bon. Merci. Any questions on this? No, I don't see any, so we will go to the vote. Motion carried.
Councillor Butler is not in the room.
Okay, c'est bon, merci.
Next is city contract number W26H04BH Traffic Calming and Paving. Motion that city contract number W26H04BH Traffic Calming and Paving be awarded to Modern Construction 1983 Limited in the amount of $1,984,874.13, including HST. And that the budget for the project be set at $2,050,000, including net HST, engineering, purchase of traffic calming materials, legal survey, and contingency. It is also recommended that the contract be drafted and that the deputy mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign said contract and affix the corporate seal of the city of Moncton thereto.
Merci, Conseiller Richard, and seconded, Conseiller Butler. C'est beau. Any questions? I don't see any questions. We'll go to the vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
Next is 10.3, city contract W26 26C01CC, street reconstruction number 4. And the motion before council this evening is that the city contract number W26C01CC, street reconstruction number 4, be awarded to LCL Excavating 2006 Inc. in the amount of $5,520,661.25, including HST, and that the budget for the project be set at $5,620,000, including net HST, engineering, utility relocation, purchasing of traffic signal equipment, and contingency. It is also recommended that the contract be drafted and that the deputy mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign said contract and affix the corporate seal of the city of Moncton.
Merci. Conseiller Léger, do you wish to move? Une question. Could I have a seconder, please? Conseiller Butler, merci. Conseiller Léger, allez-y.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse. Hi, Renee. Thank you. Couple things. It talks about Von Harvey to Cameron. So when you do this major reconstruction, is it going across Von Harvey?
Yes, that is correct, Conseiller Léger. It's the storm sewer pipe that will be crossing Von Harvey at the intersection with Gordon Street.
And what is the expected delays and what does that look like?
So the pipe crossing Von Harvey itself, we're expected it will be like a 2-week process to run that pipe across the intersection. And the way we've tendered the work and the way we planned it is to have one lane of traffic open in each direction during that work. So we'll be diverting the traffic from one side to the other of the median, similar to what we've done on Assumption Boulevard this past summer around Westmoreland area.
Okay. And then my next question comes back to the Active Transportation Committee, because we have here a unidirectional physical separated bicycle lane will be constructed along Gordon Street from Von Harvey to Cameron.
Right.
Have they given input on this initiative, and what was it, if I may ask?
Yeah, of course. We've shared these plans with the committee, with the ATCM. We first shared our thoughts of even before it was planned, and we also shared the concept plans. And they were in favor with it. And anytime we can see, I think anytime they can see some physically separate facilities, they'll probably vote for that. Not to quote them, but that's usually the goal. And so this is just a portion of Gordon because this is only the section we're rebuilding. Hopefully we can continue that facility in the future easterly. There will be some challenges, of course.
And what will it look like?
So we're looking at bike lanes on each side. With sidewalks on each side, and the bike lanes are meant to be unidirectional, so cyclists are supposed to use it in one direction only. So, you know, if you're traveling with the motorists, basically, so vehicles, cyclists on one side, same direction as the motorists, and the other side, cyclists in the opposite direction. And those would be beyond the curb itself. So that's why we're saying it's physically separated, behind the curb, sorry.
And physically separated using what?
The curb, the actual concrete curb.
So we'll have an actual concrete curb and then the bike lane.
Yeah, so just the typical curb that we see on our streets. Usually you'll have like a boulevard or a sidewalk next to the curb.
Yeah.
In this case, it will actually be the bike lanes that will be next to the curb and then the sidewalk next to the bike lane. So just a normal concrete curb is considered to be physically separated. We also have different other measures, as you're aware, to physically separate, whether it be bollards or temporary curb. But to build the actual infrastructure in the boulevard or beyond the actual concrete curb is one great way to physically separate your facilities.
So and that's great, if there is a concrete curb, will we also, for extra safety, be putting green markers on the concrete, like attached to that curb in the summertime?
Yeah, so the green, sorry, are you talking green paint? Did I understand correctly?
No, well, I was talking about green sticks. show you something, but maybe tell me what you have in mind.
Yeah, yeah, sorry. As soon as you said green, my mind went to paint because we do paint the potential conflict areas. So where the bike lane meets an intersection, that will be painted green. But the actual delineators, we call them, or the bollards, that would be used if we're doing like on-street bike lanes that we have, for instance, on St. George Boulevard. We've used them, also sections of Von Harvey, where they're painted bike lane, but then we install the delineators. So because this bike lane on Gordon will be physically built away from the street and beyond the curb, or at a different level, at the same level as the sidewalk, typically we wouldn't put these delineators in place.
All right. Okay, well then, thank you for your answers. Appreciate it. And the project, I didn't see the timeline. How long of I can look at it. How long of a timeline is this project?
This is a fairly large project. We're looking at a potential start date of June 1st with a tentative completion date of November 6th.
November 6th.
So it's definitely a lengthy project, but again, it's different phases, and the part on Von Harvey itself, crossing the pipe, we're looking at 2 weeks to install the pipe itself.
And that 2-week period, because that's kind of almost like in the middle of the project, so it would be expected like sometime maybe August, or hard to say, but.
Hard to say, probably sometime in July. Because we will be working downstream, working our way upstream. So it will start at West Street and Burlington. That's where we'll connect to the work that was done in 2024. And it all depends on the approach the contractor will be using, and we'll be meeting with him subject to approval of this project shortly.
But it'll be done before September when back to school and so on. So it'll be a quieter time to cross Von Harvey.
Yes, that's definitely planned. That crossing at Von Harvey is definitely planned before September, based on the work that's proposed.
Perfect. All right. Merci.
Merci.
Pas d'autres questions? So we will proceed to the vote.
No other questions, so we can vote.
Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
The last item on this section of the agenda is the Magnetic Hill and Muir Building Project Update and additional budget request. And the motion before council is that Moncton City Council approve the increase of the budget from $4 million to $4,250,000 for the Magnetic Hill Zoo building to support the required shortfall estimated at $248,362. The additional funding will come from 3 existing accounts.
Merci. Could I have a mover and a conseiller Léger? Seconder, conseiller Steve, ça c'est beau. Any questions? Conseiller Bourgeois?
Merci, Madame le Maire.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I must say that I am disappointed here that we need to spend a lot, about $400,000 more. I know we had a contingency fund, and now we don't need to spend the contingency. It was just in case. And then we had to take the contingency and then even more money. So that's about $480,000 more. I just want to make sure, did we learn something here? When we have construction projects of this nature, can we get a consultant who would do this type of analysis before a budget is submitted to us? Is it possible to have this for future councils? For example, when an estimate is presented to us, that it not just be a zoo management who comes up with the number. I'm not trying to question their competencies, but perhaps we could have a specific engineer who would perhaps could say maybe we should test the cage, for example, before we determine if it can be moved or not. Maybe it could save us money, ideally, or at least we'd have the right budget from the get-go. Thank you very much, Councillor Bourgeois. In this case, in all contracts with such high numbers, the facilities group, as well as zoo management and others, they've looked at all the detailed designs But what happens is that these projects are a little bit complex. And if we can, we always try and save money. So in this project, they wanted to reuse certain aspects, certain things that already existed. So at the end, they tried, and reusing that material did not work. So we paid for a consultant to do the detailed design. They're not perfect either. They can't forecast everything that's going to happen and predict everything. But yeah, in the end, that's what happened with this type of complex project. And there's change orders. And sometimes the question is, yes, we can control certain extra costs, but what would the consequences or ramifications be if we tried to control costs? So in this case, it is unfortunate. It's certainly not something we wanted to see, but I don't think we could have implemented other precautions to limit the costs. This is just a result of the project. Okay, so I'll take your word for it, but I want to read a sentence here that says this was a design request.
Demander à quelqu'un qui dirigeait le zoo, qui est très compétent de diriger.
So somebody who manages a zoo, who's very competent in managing the zoo, they were asked to design? No, no. The project itself it is a high cost. So when you work with a consultant in detailed design, one of the questions that we always ask is, do we have options for cost reductions, for cost savings? This is what it means. But it is a consultant who did the detailed design. The consultant could have just decided to only use new material. But in this case, again, we tried to save money, so we wanted to reuse certain material, but it didn't work out. We tried it out, and the former zoo director felt comfortable with that suggestion, but in the end, didn't work out. Okay, maybe I just didn't understand the sentence correctly. To me, it read like a zoo directors, and you know that they're expert in managing a zoo, absolutely, but then it sounded like they would have decided to have a new design. No, no, it's the consultant. It was a discussion with the consultant, but it's the consultant who tells us what's acceptable or not. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you very much. Councillor Leger. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Those cages outside of this particular project?
Hi, good evening, Your Worship and members of council. Thank you. So regarding the existing cages that were intended to be relocated, they, if they remain in place as they are and they're not touched, they remain usable and functional. So that's the silver lining there, is that at least they don't become a loss.
So they're not going to be dismantled. You're
No.
just going to build new ones.
Exactly.
Okay, and so then therefore there could be a reuse for that material or those cages.
Yeah, that's the case. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Looking forward to the opening of the exhibit, so I think it's really good. Thank you. And of course, as well, I would agree it's hard sometimes to have so many moving parts, but it's important for the accreditation of the zoo. So it also mentions the monies now that they've lost for some of the rust and front, I can't remember exactly what the wording was, repair. Some of that will be allocated next year so that the accreditation is not endangered. Is that correct? Yes, okay. Thank you very much. Merci.
C'est bon, merci. I don't see other questions. We will go to the vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
Next are readings of bylaws, lecture des arrêtés municipaux, and the first one is for the proceedings of council, and council has given me permission to give first reading. A bylaw respecting the proceedings of Moncton City Council and committee meetings being bylaw A426. It's a first reading. L'arrêté concernant les délibérations du conseil municipal de Moncton et les réunions du comité.
A bylaw respecting the proceedings of Moncton City Council and committee meetings, bylaw A-426, first reading.
I will need permission to give second reading.
I need a mover and a seconder. Conseiller Bourgeois, you wish, no?
Est-ce qu'on a tout d'un coup, comment est-ce qu'on on a sauté par-dessus ou c'est juste la première lecture?
C'est la première
C'est
lecture.
ça,
Did we skip something? No, it's just first reading. Okay, so my question is the following. Is this an emergency situation where we need to do second and third reading tonight? And then it would be go to the next council? Okay, thank you.
11.2, we need a mover and a seconder.
So could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Does anyone wish to move or second? Councillor Edgett moved. Could I have a seconder, please?
Second, so we can.
Councillor Butler, go ahead. We'll go to a vote, no?
And we,
Go to a vote.
yep. Show of hands.
Oh, show of hands.
The show of hands for the second reading, yes. Yes, we'll have to do a third one. We are doing that, I'm requesting second reading to give second reading to the People Park Towers, Z 222.66. This is second reading. Show of hands.
Show of hands.
Mm. Show of hands for second reading. Okay, any nay? Nay. Nay, Bourgeois and Kingston and Butler. Okay, I will give second reading. Motion passes. A bylaw and amendment of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z 222.66, People's Park Towers, a second reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté de zonage de la ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z 222.
Bylaw in amendment of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z-22266. This is second reading.
Votes to have this passed.
Could I have a mover and a seconder? Donc, j'ai besoin de quelqu'un qui propose.
I need somebody to move. Councillor Leblanc, you move. Seconded by Councillor Leger. Yes, okay.
Electronic?
Motion fails.
Donc, est-ce que
I believe that the CAO would like to have a word.
Merci, Madame la Greffière. So seeing that
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
of the sitting council, c'est un honneur pour moi aujourd'hui pour rendre hommage à
I would like to say that it's an honor for me to underscore the participation of 3 members who decided not to run again.
and one our deputy mayor that are not reoffering. So, merci Bernadette. C'est un honneur pour moi de rendre hommage à la mairesse adjointe Paulette.
So it is an honor for me to speak to Conseillère Monique Leblanc, Conseillère Susan Edgett, and Ms. Thériault, our deputy mayor. Ms. Thériault has been there since 2008, Susan Edgett since 2016.
Your commitment, your collective commitment to the city and to the operations that we all manage has been exemplary, and we thank you for your dedication.
je pense que les gens ne reconnaissent pas toujours les heures que les
I
conseillers
think that people don't always recognize how much work, how many hours counselors need to invest in different council meetings, committee meetings, and then there's the multiple events that you take part in, amongst other things. So I would like to thank all of you for your service.
will all be missed. Merci beaucoup.
Now you can.